probably. All right, we are live. Hello, everybody. My name is Jake, and you're watching Mini Terrain Domain, and this is the long-awaited Part 2 to What Lies Beneath, a game that I hosted about 5 months ago, I believe, and it is a game set in the world of Dragon Grin, and the four characters that you're going to meet in a moment, are mercenaries known as Copper Jackals, and this is using the Copper Jackal supplement put out by Absolute Tabletop. You can check them out on Facebook and at absolutetabletop.com. So you're going to see that this is like D&D5e on steroids. So I'm going to have each of the players introduce themselves and what character that they will be playing in this continuation and conclusion. And then I'm going to give an update so that if you're watching this and you haven't watched the part 1 that is also on the channel here, you won't be completely lost. So without further ado, we'll start with Anastasia.
All right. My name is Anastasia. I am playing the human fighter wizard convoluted mess snowflakey thing, but working under the Copper Jackals. And I guess the only thing I'll say about her is that she was raised with a couple of words, and those words were kill whatever would dare stand above you. And so we'll see how that works. That mentality works with when she's trying to work with other people.
All right, excellent. And Luke.
Hey, I'll be playing my Goliath Paladin again. He's probably a lot different than if you watched the last episode, because I lost the character sheet. So the only thing I can really say about this guy is he's different. It's better, but anyway.
All right, Marpause.
Hi, I will play tonight Satrus Condress, the shifter, and I'm a ranger and with a bow, and I have my loyal snake Xabu, the constrictor snake, with me.
All right, and that leaves Mr. Scott.
Hello, everyone. Again, this is Scott Hustis. I don't have anything to plug other than obviously you're watching Mini Terrain Domain, and DM Drake is definitely a good one. Me and Jacob here have a game coming up with him soon. But I am going to be playing Zahn Solitude Settlebrook. He is a tiefling archfey warlock. He has a little pet weasel that has different colored eyes just like him. And other than that, he has 3 meditation, like almost Chinese meditation balls that he's constantly rolling in his hands that emanate the copper bite. They kind of get coated with that copper metal, and that's what he uses to cast his spells. And let's kill some more stuff.
All right. So, Luke, what was your character's name again?
Valos. Valos.
Valos. So we got Hades, Solitude, Sathras, and Valos. Okay. All right. So, in the last session, these Copper Jackals, all from the Copper chapter known as the Unfallen, a chapter that specializes in the hunting and slaying of undead, was sent on a mission to investigate a ruined cemetery outside of the ruined city of Danglemaar, on the rumor that an ancient vampire by the name of the Lady Verhelden had been spotted in the area, that there was some activity going on. They arrived at the cemetery and, with very little effort, cut their way through the minions of zombies and skeletons that were the first defense. They climbed to the top of the hill in the middle of the cemetery where 3 mausoleums were situated. Upon arriving, a nightmare-drawn carriage came flying through the air, and 3 vampire spawn, a wild, feral spawn, an elegant female, and a warrior spawn, all siblings, stepped out of the carriage. But they were absolutely no match for these Copper Jackals, who used their expertise to completely destroy them. It was at that time that they decided to investigate the mausoleums, which turned out to be giant mimics in the shape of mausoleums. And while fighting these mimics, a giant purple worm emerged from underneath their feet. At one point, Valos was nearly swallowed, but used the attempt to climb aboard the purple worm and compel it to fight him only, until it was attacked by Solitude and company. During this fight, the purple worm also dispatched the 2 of the... Actually, I think they destroyed one of the mausoleums, and then the purple worm kind of took care of the other 2 with its poisonous tail. And from the ruins of one of the mausoleums, a sarcophagus had been split open and a coffin opened, and the vampire, the Lady Verhelden, emerged. While they were still dealing with the purple worm, which, during this fight, swallowed Solitude whole. And he spent much of the rest of this fight trying to fight his way from inside the gullet of a giant purple worm. They got a few good licks in on the Lady Verhelden, and she got a hold of Hades, had her grappled, bit into her neck, and then also did a little bit of damage to the others. But then when she saw that she was taking a fair amount of damage from these Copper Jackals, they heard in their heads the voice of this vampire. But not telepathically. It was through a method that Copper Jackals have, through something called copper attunement, that allows them to use their copper Titan Copper, their jackal bites, as a form of almost like a communications device. All jackals have these, and it was using this device that the Lady Verhelden reached out to them and said, "Stop." And she told them, "You have all fought very valiantly." And she said that she would expect nothing less from members of the Unfallen. And then she said, as they realized where she had been sliced across the midsection and her kind of Victorian garb had been slashed, they realized that they could see copper showing through her skin. And it was at this moment that she said, "I too was once a Copper Jackal." And that is where we are going to pick up right now. As the Lady Verhelden looks at you all, blood, Solitude, you are dripping with the acidic ichor of the purple worm that has just regurgitated you onto the ground. And Valos, you have just dropped to the ground after the purple worm has been subdued by a command from the Lady Verhelden. Hades, blood dripping from your neck where the vampire bit you. And Sothorus, your snake, coming back up alongside you as she uses her voice now and takes a couple steps back, and she says, "Yes, I would expect nothing less from the members of the Unfallen facing an undead and a vampire. And as I said, I was once, like you, a Copper Jackal. But I do not wish to fight you any further. That is not why I willed you to be here." And as she says this, she kind of takes a hold of her side, where you can see what you initially thought might have been the copper that you were seeing. Looked like a copper tattoo, which is pretty popular among Copper Jackals, to have Titan copper worked into intricate designs on their skin. You realize that you're actually seeing her ribs, and that it's her very bones appear to be plated in Titan copper. And as she holds her side and kind of grimaces, you actually see the wound kind of knitting itself over, and she kind of turns her head like this, and you can hear bones cracking. They have maybe a little metallic tinge to them. And she walks. She doesn't turn her back to you. She just kind of holds her hands out and takes a step back, and she reaches down to where there's some broken stone from the mausoleum that was previously ruined, and you can see that it's a big portion of the stone archway that would have been the entrance to the mausoleum. And she reaches down and she grabs the edge of the stone that's easily 3 feet on a side, and she just kind of grabs it and with very little effort lifts it and begins to... She moves it away from you just to show she's not trying to do anything. And she kind of repositions it in front of the archway of this ruined mausoleum. And as she holds it there, she takes her other hand and kind of runs it along the stone, and you can see the stone kind of mends itself together. And then you see just kind of a shimmer in the doorway. And she says, "I know you have very little cause to trust me at this moment, but I mean you no further harm, and I would invite you into my dwelling here, where I can offer you sustenance and reparations for your physical wounds. And we can discuss further why you are here." And she gestures at the open door.
I'm going to say that Hades is kind of sitting crouched over. Her teeth are kind of bared, as if she's trying to be threatening, but you can't deny the fear in her eyes, because she's never been actually like bitten in the neck before, as I'm sure a lot of others haven't. And so she's just a little freaked out, but she doesn't want to attack this person, and she's just kind of looks over, kind of wild-eyed at her companions, seeing what they're going to do.
Yeah. Satras will say very calmly, I don't think we can trust her, but I think we can hear what she can propose to us. What do you think?
What reason do we have to not just kill you here. You've given us nothing.
I very much understand your trepidation. Solitude, is it?
Yes, and that's an
And
undertaking.
you are just in having your doubts, for I gave you no reason to trust me. But I will tell you that the spawn, the siblings that you fought earlier, and the mimics were not minions of my own. Admittedly, and she kind of looks you up and down at the bile that still coats you. It was my pet that swallowed you whole, but it was also I who commanded it to spit you back out. You came here because you heard that there was a powerful vampire by the name of Lady Verhelden myself, no?
Duh.
And you are tasked as members of the Unfallen with destroying powerful undead. And that is what I have to offer you, for believe it or not, I am a minion of a much more powerful creature than I. Are you familiar with the term Draco Lich?
Out of character, are we?
You know, why don't you guys... I see Marpaws put his head down when I said Draco Lich. You guys can all make a history check if you want, because in the world of Dragon Grin, while the world is known by the moniker of Dragon Grin, dragons have not been seen for a very, very long time.
18 of history.
I think I'm actually gonna say that Hades is a little too flustered to think of anything, to fully calm herself to know anything.
History would not be my strong suit, but would Arcana have anything to do with it? Any type of magic?
Sure.
Then looking at a 13. At least on Arcana front.
So, Solitude, you are struggling. You've heard the term, but you're just struggling to place it. But Marpaws, you and Valos, you both have heard the legends of Dracoliches, kind of sprinkled in amongst the legends of the dragons themselves. And you know that a Dracolich is indeed a powerful undead dragon, a dragon that went through the same sort of magical rituals that a lich would go through to live forever. And that a Dracolich is as powerful as an immortal undead and dragon. Retain sometimes some of the properties of the dragons that they were in their lives. So I think the Lady Verhelden would see in your eyes that recognition. She says, "Yes, I see that you know enough about the Dracoliches to know how powerful and dangerous and deadly they are. Please, let us go inside and let us tend to your wounds, and I will tell you about this Dracolich and just why I have brought you here, and am telling you all about him." And she takes a step inside the doorway. And you still see her, but she kind of shimmers a little bit as she steps through. And I think Hades, she saw the fear and the reaction in your eyes at just having been bitten. And she actually reaches back through the doorway and holds her hand out to you, and she says, "Come, child. I've attended to your wound. I am so very sorry. And I assure you, you have nothing to fear in the form of vampirism."
Hades immediately flinches as she kind of gently reaches out her arm, but she kind of calms down a little bit. And I think she takes a look at her comrades and then slowly and warily kind of goes a little closer to Lady Verhelden. And if nothing suddenly springs on me and attacks me, I think Hades is just gonna do exactly as she says.
As you hesitantly step forward, the Lady Verhelden just gently reaches out and takes your hand in her own. And you are surprised, perhaps, to find that her hand is not cold and clammy, but is rather warm. And she just gently pulls on your arm, not in a forceful way, but just in a, "Come, it'll be okay," and pulls you in behind her.
She is very definitely surprised at feeling a warm hand. It's probably the first warm hand she's ever felt in her entire life. So, but she does nothing to stop her.
And the rest of you see this.
Solitude would kind of look around, and at the same time of casting thaumaturgy and wiping all of the sludge off of him, and almost like he squeegees himself off. He'd roll the meditation balls in his hand. "Well, if she's lying, we'll just kill her dead." And he proceeds to continue walking in behind them.
Like he said, "Let's go. Come with Zabu." And then the snake comes with Satras too.
Palace finally looks at his companions as they're all like following after this their vampire in front of them. And he's like, "I'm following with you. I have no idea why we're doing this, because this goes against almost everything I believe in. Whatever."
As you all follow, you step through the doorway, and you feel the slightest magical tingling as you pass through the doorway. And where on the other side of the archway originally was a ruined mausoleum, you see instead marble tiled floors. You see a hallway. You are in a hallway that's about 30 feet across and about 100 feet long. And lining the hallway are marble statues. And in between each statue, you see portraits of various figures in regal garb. And you see not one or two, but 3 or 4 portraits of the Lady Verhelden herself, posing with these various figures. And she's in front of all of you, gently leading Hades by the hand. And at the end of the hallway, you emerge into a much larger room that's about 50 feet on a side. And there is on the far side of it, there is a throne. But in front of the throne and down, the throne kind of sits up on a small marble dais up a couple stairs. But in front of the table, or in front of the dais, is a table. This table is about 15 feet long, and is laden with all manner of food and drink. There are a couple small kegs of ale. There's several casks of wine. There's a whole suckling pig with an apple in its mouth. Fowl, cattle, or beef, just steaks. Some peculiar-looking meat that's ground up and sandwiched between rounded bread with little seeds on it. And fruits and vegetables, pastries, and you can just smell it. It smells real. And the seat in front of the table, or rather around the table, are 5 chairs. And she leads you, Hades, to one of these chairs and pulls the chair out and motions for you to sit. And then she motions to the other chairs and says, "Please, sit. This feast that is prepared before you is most beneficial to healing yourselves of your wounds, to getting rid of your weariness. It will even invigorate your magics." And she then moves to a seat at the head of the table where there is a single bottle of wine, what appears to be wine, unlabeled, with a thick, viscous liquid in it that, as she sits, she pours herself. And she says, "Please, don't let me stop you."
At this, the little weasel comes sliding out of Solitude's arm down on the table and starts nibbling on a piece of bread that's there. And takes a couple bites and it kind of stands up, kind of looks around, looks up at Solitude, and just squeaks. At which point Solitude reaches down and starts to eat himself. "Go ahead, boys, it's fine."
This is some of the best food you have ever put in your mouth. What's supposed to be hot is hot. What's supposed to be fresh is fresh. What should be sour is sour. The beer is strong. The wine is sweet.
Hades kind of very slowly sits down, just kind of looking around her. And she kind of slowly what is there? Is there what kind of meats are there? There was a big pig, you said?
Yep.
All right.
Pig, fowl, whatever you want.
She reaches out to the pig and kind of tears off one of the legs, like one of the whole pig legs, and kind of brings it and starts kind of munching on it.
It's juicy. It's hot. It's delicious.
She is completely absorbed in eating at this point.
And Solitude, you find yourself just compelled to just keep shoving food in your face. And the two of you that have started eating already, you actually begin to almost feel this warmth creeping into your body. Valos and Satras, roll perception for me.
Natural 20.
You are on edge. As you said, this goes against everything that you've trained for and that you believe in, to trust a vampire, let alone walk into her dwelling and sit down at her table and eat her food. But as you see Solitude and Hades begin eating, the first thing you notice that as Hades first hesitantly and then more ravenously begins devouring this pig leg, you actually can see the wound on her neck begin to close. You can see this flesh kind of stitch itself together. You even see bruises begin to clear up almost immediately. Solitude scratches and nicks and cuts and wounds also begin healing.
I would look at them both and be like, if there was anything wrong with the food. My little friend here, and I pet the weasel as it climbs back up my sleeve, wouldn't have eaten it. She's not of this world. Has known better.
In Solitude, you would know, and Hades, I can't remember if you have casting abilities too, correct?
Yes.
So you both kind of know that the magic that you use, that you have limitations on how many times you can cast spells in a given day, and it usually requires a full night's rest, but you're already beginning to feel that your magic here in Dragongrin, what is known as imminence, you can feel it coursing through you, and you almost can imagine if it were a jar, that jar of imminence is filling back up to full. So mechanically, you guys have regained any spent spell slots and have recovered hit points, full hit points.
Nice.
What about any attributes that are once per day?
Anything, you basically are, through the process of eating this meal, you are receiving the benefits of a long rest.
Okay.
And Sathras and Valos, you can see that they're being reinvigorated.
If this is any testament to that, Hades has already finished her one pig leg and is reaching out for the other leg and one of the front legs too, and just putting her both and just tearing into it.
Okay, let's try this food. It seems to be trustworthy. Come with me, big dumb snake. Don't eat too much. And he goes to take a place at the chair and feeding his snake a fall. Yeah.
Velos watches everyone just going, sitting and eating this food, and then seeing them get better in the process, and he will casually walk over. I'm assuming there's an apple in this pig's mouth, and he'll pull it out of its mouth and just put one leg on the chair and just eat the apple.
The apple is sweet and sour at the same time, tasting of the pork that it was cooked with, and it just begins to fill you with the joys of eating delicious food. You find yourself wanting to eat more of the food.
So as he's eating the apple, he'll get more and more into it and be like, "Oh, fine," and sit down and start eating.
All right, so yeah, you guys basically then everybody will receive the benefits of a long rest. So any spent spell slots, any hit points are all recovered. As seeing that, Valos, that you finally sat down, the Lady Verhelden has been kind of watching this all with a bemused expression on her face, and she has no food in front of her. She has only her wine that she is drinking. And she begins to tell you about this Dracolich. And she says, a long time ago, I was once a member of the Unfallen chapter of Copper Jackals, which is why I know too well what to expect from you. But you must understand that I was not merely a member of the Unfallen. I was one of the original founders of the Unfallen. I slayed many undead. I killed many vampires, zombies. I even helped with my fellow jackals to eliminate a powerful lich. But we came upon this vampire. We began to hear rumors of him. He was from another world, and his realm had touched against ours. And I was sort of a vampire expert among the Unfallen, and I went against our chapter rules, and I attempted to fight this vampire myself. I thought that I could take him on. He proved to be too powerful for me. And ultimately, he drained me of all my blood. And I truly believe it was the Titan copper that covers my bones was the only reason that I was not completely killed. And I believe it is the only reason that I was able to escape from this vampire. But the damage had been done, and I had been turned into a vampire. And when he left, taking his realm with him, I was completely separated. Where I should have been a thrall to him, I was now by myself. I knew that the members of my chapter had come looking for me, that they had been looking for me for a very long time. But I was disgraced. I had attempted to take on a vampire lord by myself, and I had failed and become the very thing that the Unfallen hunted down and destroyed. But I hid not out of fear. It was purely out of shame that I hid. I tried to subdue my nature, but I could not do this for very long. And over time, I succumbed to the powers of my vampiric nature. And yes, I have killed many innocents. I have turned many into vampire spawn. I have wreaked much havoc across the lands of Dragongrin, and have ruled over much of Sphere. But I began to grow bored and weary, and the old guilt began to take hold of me again. And it was in this weakness that I began to feel a powerful force calling to me from deep below this very cemetery that I had secluded myself into. I followed this force against my will, and it was then that I met the Dracolich, Villerspar, who dwells far below this very cemetery. Villerspar had ambitions that went beyond being a Dracolich. You can imagine how old he was. Being an undead dragon, it's been eons since the dragons roamed this world. Villespar had ambitions that involved Copper Jackals. No doubt you have heard over the many decades of the Copper Jackals that have gone missing, the new recruits, the less experienced jackals that have gone missing in this very area. I am ashamed to say that I took a part of that. I was working with the Dracolich Villespar to capture and kill Copper Jackals and harvest their Titan Copper so that this Dracolich may plate his bones like my own, because he believes that he can gain the properties of the slain Jackal's boons and abilities if he covers himself in the copper, the Titan Copper that he harvests from them. And I have helped him for many decades. But again, the ennui has set in. The weariness, and with it the old guilt. And so I let the rumors of my existence surface so that the right Copper Jackals would be summoned to this area. Yourselves. Not to deal with me, that was only a test. I had to make sure you were capable of taking on Villespar. And that you have proven. But I pledge to you this. If you will let me show you the way to Villespar, I will tell you exactly what you will face on the way. And I will submit myself to you to be taken to the Copper Jackal authorities, where I will stand judgment for my crimes. What say you? Will you help to destroy this Dracolich Villespar?
Yes, I say yes. And we'll see what the Unfallen chapters decide to do with you when we succeed. And we will succeed.
This Dracolich is definitely something that needs to be contended with, as well as yourself. Do not believe that we are forgetting what you have done here. And no amount of giving yourself out will redeem what you have done.
At this point, Hades is kind of chewing off the last bit of meat off of 3 perfectly polished, clean bones. And she sets it down and just says, "All right, I'll do it."
She turns at last to the Goliath Paladin, the last to sit at the table, and she kind of cocks her head to the side and says, "And you, great purple worm rider, you have been reluctant at every step of the way. Will you aid your chapter members? Will you help me help you?"
If it means you're brought to justice, then I see no problem with it.
I have no reason to resist any further. You have proven your mettle, and I am no match for you. It is decided then. I will tell you exactly what you will face as you descend below the cemetery at Danglemaar to the lair of the Dracolich Villarspar. It will be challenging, no doubt. But here is what you must choose. When you first descend, you will have two options. Ultimately, they both lead to the same direction. But each route initially will take you in a different direction, one to the left, one to the right. If you go to the left, you will travel through the old catacombs, where a combination of the imminence and the influences of this ancient cemetery, I'm afraid, have created a bone guardian. If you go to the right, you will travel through, it's no delicate way to say this, but the killing floor, where the imminence and the influences of this world have preserved many of the dead, some of them your fallen brethren, the Copper Jackals, into a sort of collection of corpses that serve as a guardian of that area. This is the first challenge. The second challenge, if it is active, to be perfectly honest, it was a piece of archaic machinery that Villarspar resurrected. He has corrupted somehow a sentient machine from out of the depths of the deep vault itself, known as a Villanovi. This machine is very powerful and harnesses the powers of the imminence and will use magics against you. Should you survive those challenges, you will find yourself in the chamber of Villarspar himself. I must warn you that if you defeat the Dracolich Villarspar, you have not yet won. You must destroy his phylactery, where his soul resides. But Villarspar was not a very smart dragon, I fear, for he keeps his phylactery very nearby and exposed. It is in an urn that he has plated this Titan copper. You must destroy this, and then, and only then, will he be destroyed. When this is done, I will submit myself to you. I cannot accompany you through the first challenges, for fear of alerting Villarspar of exactly what is happening. But should you survive, I will be at your side to take down this Dracolich to the best of my ability. Do you have any questions?
Hades still kind of chewing, kind of nonchalantly glances around at her teammates, and just kind of says, "What do you want? big, strong guy, or a bunch of small little dudes? I'm fine with either one."
Anyone have a coin to flip? Put it to the fates. if that is fair to all. Guys, down for me rolling a die and evens go to the big dude, odds to the little dudes.
I want to kill the guardian. It's a blasphemy to be used that way.
You talking to Villanavi?
Yeah, that.
It sounds like we're gonna have to face him either way.
Oh,
It comes down to two paths merge back into one, to the Villanavi, then to the dragon. So we're either fighting the skeleton, huge skeleton bone monster, a whole pack of undead, including some of our fallen comrades, and then the Villanavi.
oh, the comrades then kill them.
Put them down.
Yeah.
That is a very noble thing. I think you are right. Perhaps putting our own men to rest is the most honorable thing to do. I agree with Kondas on this one, I guess.
Valos, what say you?
Valos will be kind of like his head will be cocked a little sideways, pointed away from his compatriot. He'll nod and be like, "Yeah, I agree with you." Yeah, and he's like, it seems like he's pondering something, but and he'll be like, "Yeah, we'll go for the dead Copper Jackals."
What is on your mind?
Very
Bob?
well. Go ahead.
You normally don't speak much, but when you don't speak at all, it kind of unnerving.
So from the first session we did, Valos lived near the top of Uther, the storm giant, the undead storm giant we have as a base for chapter.
Mhm.
And he's just pondering for a second, and he looks at the Vampiress and he looks at her and he asks, "What is the name of the storm giant?"
That is a great question.
Uther, if you were asking it not in game, but Uther.
He's asking her to see if she's legit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were asking Lady Verhelden?
Yeah, if she remembers who his name is.
Yes, and she would say that it was
Uther.
the undead giant was Uther. I know this because I was of the first jackals that helped to slay him.
He nods. He looks at his compatriot. He's kind of like seems legit. Like the kind of like a nod and a. He seems like he's confused about something, but he won't bring it up.
Hades slaps her knees because she's sitting cross-legged on her chair, and she slaps her knees and gets up and says, "Well, let's get going."
Lead the way. You first.
Oh, you have chosen the way of flesh. I bid you good luck. And I will see you at the lair of Villospor. And she gestures, and the throne pivots and moves out of the way to reveal a stone stairway.
And as soon as that passage opens up, Hades just kind of starts walking right down, completely oblivious of any traps that still might be there.
Solitude
I'm
will
sorry.
slowly follow as well.
What was the last thing you said, Hades? About traps?
I'm just, if there were any traps, Hades would definitely not be thinking about them as she walked up to this entrance. She is not very wise.
Funny you should say that, because there are no traps.
Got me there for a second.
Sorry.
Let's go.
So you guys, as you approach the doorway, you see a stone stairway leading down about 20 feet to a chamber that's clearly splits to the left and to the right. And you had agreed to face the flesh, which is to the right, which also happens to be the direction from which a horrible smell of rotten death is wafting up the spiral stairs. You travel for a good 20 minutes down these stairs that descend in a spiral that actually seems to be growing larger the further you descend. Until you emerge into a room that is about 20 by 20, carved out of the stone, seemingly. And there is an iron door set into this wall opposite. And on this door is a slot with bars. There are two burning torches, one on either side of the door. And there is, on the floor, dark stains that seem to be thicker around the base of the door, that it doesn't take any kind of perception or anything to look at dark stains in eyes, that these are bloody tracks made by somebody moving over time back and forth from this room to the stairs and back again. And it is from the other side of this door and through the barred peephole area that the strong scent of decaying, rotten flesh is coming.
Are we ready? As he pulls with his right hand, keeping his left hand free for the meditation balls to move, pulls one of the sconces off the wall. A little extra fire never hurts.
Hades kind of glances over at Solitude for a second, and then kind of looks down at her sword sheath. And kind of slowly pulls it out, and she's got this serrated longsword. So she pulls it out. She just kind of lets each little serrated thing click against the metal side of her. She's just, and then she pulls it out and kind of hangs it out, holds it at her side, and says, "I'm ready."
Satras will take his bow and, touching his copper bite, on his left arm, which is a snake, will say some words, and it will ignite, and it will knock an arrow like a few hours ago when he fought the mimics, and his arrow will now do fire attacks too. So I'm casting fire arrows. I'm ready now.
Velos will not immediately pull out a weapon. Instead, he'll look through his belongings and slip on a looks like a helm that would go with full plate, but it isn't. It's covered with gems of some undeterminate nature all over its outside of it. He'll slip it onto his head. Ready as I'll ever be.
Is there any writing on the door or anything?
No.
Any symbols or nothing?
No
Just a puddle of
symbols.
blood at the base.
Just dried blood at the base.
All right. I guess is no more. I'll open the door. You guys go first, and I back you up as always. It's let's do this for our fallen. We are the Unfallen, and we must take care of our own. And with that, I would kind of push the door open. In fact, I would use the same technique that I used on the Mimic, where instead of just pushing the door open, he would put the copper covered meditation balls right up against the door and Eldritch blast it, and the doors would just smash open.
Excellent. So the door just goes flying. It goes flying open, and it's one of the hinges breaks as it kind of slams cockeyed against the wall. And you see that you are in a room that is about 50 feet on a side. And on the right-hand side of this room, you knew what to expect based on what you were told to expect. The fallen bodies preserved by the magic and the eminence. But you weren't quite ready to see a mound of what appeared to be hundreds of corpses stacked against the wall to the ceiling, covering almost the entire wall on the right-hand side as you come into the room, in various states of decay. Whatever magic and whatever evil is keeping these bodies preserved is doing a very poor job of it, as they're leaking rotten flesh and fluids onto the floor that seep, and the torch that you brought in bounces light off of these pools of gore. There are so many bodies here that are piled that it is almost impossible to distinguish one body from another. It's literally hundreds of bodies. Everybody roll perception for me.
It's a clean 5.
23.
10.
12.
Who gets three? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Was that Solitude that got 23? Oh yeah, I see it. I see it in the chat. Solitude, as you're looking at this pile of bodies, kind of near the top, you actually see a body. It takes a second because it's naked, it's on its back, and it's appearing almost upside down. And but it takes you a second, and you look, and you realize you are looking into the dead eyes of a young jackal by the name of Severthal that you actually helped to train when he became a new copper recruit. And you took him under your wings as his mentor and kind of taught him the ropes. And you actually sat in on the briefing that sent him off on what should have been a simple mission to fight some undead ogres that had emerged in a region. And unfortunately, he had never returned. And it is at this moment that you realize his fate. As you see his corpse atop this pile of corpses.
Is there anything that you want me to like roll, perhaps see how well I handle this, or?
I'll leave that up to you. If you want to roll for it, that's fine, or you can just RP it.
Let's see. I'm not skilled in survival, but I'll make a survival check right quick just to see how well he handles the shock and awe. How about that?
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, sorry, guys. 6. So he blasts in this door, and I take it you guys probably, per usual, we kind of just flashbang and go kind of deal so far. So this boom goes off, and you guys kind of start moving in, and I catch this vision of this young man, this almost like a son compared to a brother, and Solitude freezes, stops dead in his tracks, and you hear just the clang of the torch that he was holding in his hand hit the ground. The only thing that's keeping those meditation balls in his hand is the fact that the copper bite attunes them and adheres them to his skin. And he's just standing there in pure shock and awe.
All right. It's also at this moment that you see the entire mound of corpses shudder. And then it shudders again. And you realize that this entire corpse mound is not individual corpses attacking you as zombies, but the entire mound as a whole is shifting toward you. And now for those 3 words we all love to hear, roll for initiative.
I thought we were going to say the 3 words. The monsters die.
What was that, Luke?
The monsters
What was that,
die. The other 3 words. The monsters die.
Oh, not those words yet.
Hey, do we add anything?
Dex.
Or Dexter? Okay. 7. Yeah.
All right, so we got Marpause. You are going to be first.
Yep.
So go ahead.
Okay. So we'll check on Solitude and say, shake it off. Shake it off. We need to fight. And he will knock 2 arrows and throw them at the mound of corpses. So I will roll 2 attacks. 24, 28. I guess it should hit.
Yes, both of those are hits.
Okay. So
And you're attacking with flaming arrows, you said?
yeah, there's some fire damage in that, so
Okay.
I can separate the damage
Cool.
if you.
Nope.
Okay. 12 fire and piercing, and 12 again, so 24. And
Yeah, so your flaming arrows launch into this corpse mound, one after the other, finding their marks easily in this giant mound of corpses. And you can hear the sizzle and hiss and even begin that scent of burning flesh. But the fire does not spread. It seems to be quickly contained from spreading by all of the viscous fluids contained within this shivering mound.
okay.
And Hades. Oh wait, do you have any movement or anything?
I'm gonna stay at. If I can stay away of that thing, I will stay there. But if I can, yeah, and I will set my snake to be on dodge with a bonus action. So I don't want to send him to death on that thing. So for now, he will stay there. Now my turn is over.
All right, Hades, you're up.
All right. Melee mage, here we go. I'm going to... So Hades is going to see this thing as soon as it moves. She's just going to dash forward with her sword kind of dragging along to the side. And she's going to just run up to a random body and slash at it twice. So I'm going to be using extra attacks. I'm going to be rolling 2 different attacks with just my long sword. But I guess I should... No, yeah. That's 10 to hit for 1 attack.
That is going to... In your haste to get forward, you... Solitude dropped the torch, and the shadows are deceiving you, and you swipe at a shadow instead of a part of the mound, and you miss.
And I probably get one of the serrated things stuck in the ground from dragging it. But see how the second attack fared. This time it's a 19 to hit.
You quickly recover from your missed hit, and you feel that satisfying feel as your sword sinks into the flesh of this mound.
That's gonna be 6 damage. Slashing damage.
All right. Anything else?
I don't think I can quite do anything else, but just hope I don't get hit.
Well, it is this thing's turn. Solitude, you are enraptured by the... I guess enraptured is not the right word. Entranced, that's the word I wanted. You are entranced, having seen this fallen comrade, and perhaps rattled a bit more as his body slides off of this mound, and with a wet, sickening thud, hits the stone tiles. And you actually hear bones breaking as it twists its body unnaturally and rises to its feet and separates itself from the mound and begins striding towards you. But at that same moment, a section of this mound kind of lashes out over the shoulder of this zombified jackal that has landed next to you, and it bones just lunge towards you. Does a 22 hit?
I have an AC of 16.
All right. You actually see two separate, it seems to be like melded together bones from this pile kind of lunge around this corpse. And the first one just strikes into you. The second one goes flying past. And the first one does 12 points of piercing damage as it cuts into you. The second one flies past you, but just as you're hit by this fallen jackal that you trained, whose eyes are now dead, his jaw unhinged, dangling from one side, lunges towards you and just slams himself into you. You said you have an AC of 16?
Yes, sir.
And you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. She slams into you.
Luke has a question.
Is he within 10 feet of me? Like, is the undead thing within 10 feet of me?
Given that it just lunged in on top of Solitude, yes.
Okay, then Solitude would take 4 more damage. Because I have Aura of Hate, which gives me and any undead within 10 feet of me +2 damage equal to my charisma bonus.
It gives undead damage bonus?
A starting paladin, as well as any fiends and undead within 10 feet of me, gain a bonus to melee weapon damage equal to the paladin's charisma modifier.
All right.
Sweet.
So I will make a note of that. +2.
Thanks, man. What a team player.
So you actually took 2 separate attacks. So
Yeah.
you're going to take an extra 4 damage on top of what you
Total
took.
18.
Yep. And it is now Valos' turn.
Alright, I'm going to make up for having a little bit extra damage. So we have undead familiarity with our chapter. So, can I correctly identify this undead creature if it's from my plane of existence by sight?
Yes.
Okay.
You have heard tales of this, though this is the first time you've ever witnessed one.
Okay.
It was most notable in areas of war and famine and plague that bodies that were piled into mass graves, that they would gain an undead sentience, so to speak, and kind of become an amalgamation of all of the corpses that made them up. And it is, in fact, a single entity known as a corpse mound. You're kind of looking at something like this. Hey, cover up these attacks here.
Jeez, Louise. Okay. In that case...
Nice use of chapter renown, by the way.
I'm starting to use more of the... I gotta use the book. Yeah. I gotta get those spells because I'm... Where is it? I don't want to... I will... Okay. I'm going... Does this count as a single creature or more than one creature?
The corpse that dropped off of the side is a single creature, and the corpse mound itself is a single creature.
Alright, I'm gonna get within touching distance of this thing that came off separately from it. And I'm going to cast Bestow Curse on it.
All right.
So let's make a Wisdom saving throw. DC 14.
All right. Wisdom saving throw. DC. That's a 6. It fails.
All right. The curse I will place on it is a wild curse. The target must make a Wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action that turn doing nothing.
So on its turn, it has to make a Wisdom saving throw or do nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your turn?
That cost me an action, and a movement. So I think the only thing is I'll draw my short sword, and that'll be it.
You have any bonus
Excellent.
actions to do? Maybe something else that would damage me?
Let me look. I don't think I have any bonus action stuff I can do right away.
So, Solitude. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just checking to see. Nope, I can't. Okay. Nope. Go ahead.
All right, just double checking before I go and do this to make sure. You cast, do you count casting like it has to be 2 cantrips, or can I do a cantrip and a spell? Which one do you go with?
Regarding...
Like on your turn, casting, I know some people allow...
you can only cast one spell in a turn.
But if it's a cantrip, you can cast it too if you have enough action, right?
Yeah, I believe. Okay. But
Yes,
that's all right.
sorry, yes. Yeah. Cantrip and spell, you can do that.
All right. So, Solitude, seeing this sloppy mess of a protege slide off and just kind of crumple to the ground and then physically attack him, finally he gets pretty much literally slapped back into focus. And he looks upon this young man. I'm sorry. And knowing that he has to do whatever he has to help his friends the most. One enemy is one thing, a mass is another. I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on the back of this mound, covering every being that's within it in Fairy Fire. And
Excellent.
the creatures do need to make a dex save and looking to beat. I don't know if you're going to count it as one big mound or you want to roll for every individual.
It's one entity.
Okay.
So it's a dex save?
Dex save of 16.
Fail. So this entire mound just becomes silhouette, and it's not just the mound, like the outline of it. It's like every body. You can still distinguish the individual bodies, but the entire entity is just glowing with this fairy fire, which is what color?
Oh, definitely purple. It's always purple.
It's just glowing with this purple flame, and you can see every body outlined now. And I believe fairy fire grants advantage on attacks.
Everyone has advantage on attacks now.
Excellent.
Okay.
Well done.
Nice.
And he would proceed to slowly circle around this protege of his to put himself closer to his own group and maybe get some help with this, since he kind of focused on the main target. Maybe someone with a little more melee could take care of the more imminent right in front of your face. Because I could actually. You said that you do allow spell and a cantrip?
Sure.
Oh, then I'm going to Eldritch blast a bitch. And push him 10 feet away with each blast. All right, so that's going to be... I got to roll 2d20s. One epically fails. And I almost shoot myself in the foot as I panically back up. But looking at at least 25 to hit. I have advantage on... No, that guy doesn't have it. But 25 to hit with one Eldritch Blast. That hit the dude that attacked me, my protege.
Right. Sorry, I got confused because you said you epically failed, but then you said a 25 to hit.
It shoots 2 blasts.
Oh, so you screwed one of them up.
Yeah. One of them I almost shot my foot off with. The second one actually went where I wanted it.
You kind of hastily fire this Eldritch Blast off, and it's kind of like the equivalent of drawing your gun and pulling the trigger before you raise the gun. And this Eldritch Blast just kind of goes... ricochets around the room. But you quickly fire off the second one at this former protege of yours.
And that's
and you hit him squarely in the chest.
And that's 1d10. I'm looking at only 5 points of damage, but it pushes him 10 feet back and hopefully into something behind him, so he takes extra damage. Hint, hint. No. But yeah, it takes 5 points of damage and pushes him 10 feet back, giving me a little bit of space.
You actually shove him backwards into the pile where the shards of bone that struck out at you are still kind of sticking out of this pile. And this blast just hits him, and you just see him just... And he's kind of impaled on these bones. And he kind of looks... His head lolls down, and then where the bones are piercing out of his chest, he just kind of slides down, and the bones split him from sternum to shoulder, and he falls into a heap on the ground. Anything else?
For me, that's
all right. So we're back at the top. Sathras.
So, seeing that the monster is wrapped in purple flames, and Sathras will try to, how can I say, shoot arrows at some junction points to make the mound collapse on itself and slow him. And I will throw some arrows with advantage for each of them. So, first arrow 28, second arrow 25. So we'll hit, I guess. I will shoot some damage.
Yes, they are both hits.
A total of 29 with fire and the 2 arrows.
Excellent. More sizzling, more burned flesh. It's hard for you to miss firing arrows into this giant mound. You said that was 29?
Yeah.
Excellent.
And my snake will still do that action for now. Doesn't need. I don't need him right now.
All right, Hades. As Sathras's burning arrows plunge into this mound of corpses, what do you do? Don't forget you have advantage on your attacks.
Yes. All right. So kind of as the fairy fire lights up this whole corpse, and she can now see the whole thing that was originally obscured in the dimness of the room. She kind of smiles a little bit and just kind of whispers, "Not so tough now, are you?" And kind of as she does that, these little streams of copper kind of creep out of her mouth, and you just start kind of coating the side of her face, the front of her, kind of around her mouth, and making it a little bit more angular than is necessarily human, perhaps. And she is going to bite down on one of the corpses, and what I'm doing is I'm using my vampiric touch, and I'm just flavoring it as a bite.
Nice.
And that's a modified 20 to hit.
That's gonna hit. That's awesome.
All right, nice. What's 3d6? It's gonna be 13 damage to hit.
All right.
And I think, she's going to, as soon as she's kind of biting in and then kind of tearing off a little bit of the flesh, and then she's going to kind of move back about 20 feet, kind of maintaining her eyes on this and watching for anything that could possibly hit her. I think that's all I can do.
Okay. All right. So pretty much everybody's moved in close enough to engage this mound, correct?
I think Solitude would kind of be more at the back of the line where he was planning. Like he ended up staggering behind anyways, just from pure shock and awe to start with. So I think he'd be a little farther behind, not too far though.
Right, but you guys are close enough that you're all within 20 feet of this mound of corpses. So I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
Don't forget, is my paladin protection you get a +2 bonus to saving throws.
Correct.
Paladins are broken, man. No.
They also deal 2 damage to your teammates, held out undead, killing your teammates.
Only that part of his paladin. There's other stuff that buffs your team. He just didn't take those.
It looks like Valos and Hades, you fail your saving throw as the noxious fumes from this. Where are the dang conditions? I'm in the monster manual. No wonder I can't find conditions. Good lord. You are poisoned from these noxious fumes. They just begin to overwhelm you. So you are now disadvantaged on attack rolls and ability checks, which levels out. So basically, you're not disadvantaged on your attack rolls because of the advantage you gain from the fairy fire. So you're going to roll without the advantage on your attack rolls, and you are going to roll with disadvantage on any future ability checks, or excuse me, saving throws. And you will be poisoned until the end of your next turn. Though the two of you that succeeded, which is Marpause and Solitude, sorry, you are immune to this effect for the next 24 hours.
I assume that maybe some of the gas was leaking out of the little bit of flesh that Hades had in her mouth too, so it probably got her a little bit there.
Yep, you kind of opened up a fresh pocket of methane that just got into you. And as you're the closest one, having just bitten this thing, it is going to... The whole thing just kind of like a whole section of the corpse mound just lunges at you. And that is going to be... $25 to hit.
That stomps out my 15 armor class.
So you take 22 points of bludgeoning damage as you feel about a half a dozen dead bodies slam into you. And as this gases and fluids from their decaying bodies wash over you, you can actually feel almost this grotesque putrescence just eating away at you, and you take an additional 13 points of necrotic damage. And I need you to make a... Nope, you are actually, as this happens, as you're hit and you take all this damage, you feel these bodies that struck you begin to kind of collapse around you and envelop you and pull you inside the mound.
That is...
And you are now essentially grappled by this corpse mound. And it is now Valos' turn.
Not even mad. That was cool as hell.
Let's see what other ways I can damage the party. I mean, help the party. So, is he grappled with are they grappled within inside of it, or can we still see them?
You can see like a foot and a hand. Hades was actually pulled within the mound, almost completely enveloped.
I would like to run up and try and grab onto his foot.
Okay.
And I will cast a spell. Now, I gotta read just one really quick thing, because I don't know if it includes me or if it's things I'm touching. No, it's just me. Okay. Then that means I want to look for... No, that won't work. Darn. I'll attempt to... Oh, wait. I'm still poisoned, aren't I?
Yes.
Would it cost me an action to try and pull him out?
Yes.
I
Yes,
will.
It'll be a strength.
I'll attempt to pull him out.
All right, that's basically a strength contest versus the mound. So go ahead and roll a 20 and add your strength modifier.
Well, it's been fun playing with you.
What'd you roll?
Nat 1.
Oh. Yeah, so you actually reach to grab the to grab a hold of Hades' foot that's kind of sticking out, and as you start to pull on it, Hades' foot is just covered in ichor from this thing, and your hands just slip right off of it. And I want you to make a dexterity save to see if you stay on your feet. And you should get your +2 that you'd normally get for that to save.
That is a dexterity save? Okay, so that's 18.
Yeah, so you kind of start to slip a little bit in the gore that's on the floor, but you manage to maintain your feet. And is that your turn? All right, Solitude.
All right. Having seen his protege be impaled and taken down, he almost kind of get almost re-emerged into this mound as just kind of another body in the pile. Watches Hades get enveloped by this thing. And you see the 3 meditation copper balls in his hands start rotating. He closes his eyes and goes, let's stop that. Excuse me. And I'm going to cast Chill Touch, and it's create a ghostly skeletal hand within range, and I got to make a ranged spell attack, and I assail it with the Chill of the Grave. On a hit, target takes 2d8 necrotic damage, and it can't regain HP till next turn, and the hand clings on till then. If undead, target also has disadvantage on attacks against me till next turn. So I'm just kind of trying to occupy it and maybe bung it up a little with this this skeletal hand. I don't think it's going to grapple it or anything like that, but flavor it as you will. I just see it as this ghostly skeletal hand that's meant to kind of hurt undead. And looking at 21 to hit.
That is a hit.
It's 2d8. Those are not 8s. There we are. And 13 points of damage as I figure this ghostly hand just kind of like envelops it, and it's like you just see everything in the pile shudder because this is meant for taking out undead, and it just kind of starts to squeeze and it holds on, hopefully stopping this little eating of my comrade.
It has advantage on its attacks now. Disadvantage, I mean.
It has disadvantage on attacks against me till next round, and the ghostly hand stays there until next round.
Got ya.
That is my turn.
Okay, we are back to Satras.
Okay. In that case, Satras will say to his snake, Xabu, "Go help her!" And the Xabu will go and use, as a bonus action, I will make my snake use the help action on Hades to make sure that she has advantage on ability checks to get through of that. And after that, Satras will shoot 2 arrows like before.
Excellent.
Still with advantage, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. 20. I guess it hits. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And 29.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Almost a crit. So. A meager 22. And my round will be over. And if I can maybe distance myself of the mount, I will do it a bit.
Yep.
So
How far do you want to get away? The furthest you can get away is to move to the far left wall. And move to the far left wall, and you'll be about 30 feet away from it.
yeah, 30 feet is yeah. That's perfect. Yeah, I will take that.
Okay. Hades,
All right.
you are currently grappled, and you need to make a strength save to attempt
I think.
to break free.
Now I think Satras did give me advantage, but I think I'm poisoned, so I think that just cancels it out.
Correct. However, you do still get +2 from Volus's paladin ability.
All right. Well, saving throw. Here we go. 25.
Why don't you go ahead and describe how you pull yourself out from being enveloped by these noxious dead bodies?
I'm gonna say, Hades, you kind of maybe as soon as Satras gives that kind of helping hand, suddenly kind of everything is a little still, and then suddenly the serrated sword is jammed up through in between two of the bodies that are kind of melded together. And then there's just this sickening, raking sound as it slashes upward, and Hades kind of tumbles out, kind of like the ending of Sharknado, and spills out on the ground, shaking her head and wiping the disgusting, viscous, dead body fluids from her. And she's kind of looking around. Can I still make a move action?
Yes.
All right, because I'm going to be crawling as far away from this thing as I can. So I'll take all the way to the 30 feet if I can.
Yeah, you managed to land kind of on your feet, and you're kind of slipping and sliding and stumbling until you find the far wall, and you're now 30 feet away from this thing, kind of panting, wiping this gore off of you.
Yes. All right. I think that's all I can do.
And it is now this thing's turn. And let's see. I believe Solitude and Valos are the two closest ones to this thing. And it is going to lash out with more melded bone spears.
I have he has
Go ahead.
disadvantage attacking me.
Excellent. All right, so first against Solitude, that is a 19 with disadvantage. And then versus Valos, does a 17 hit you?
Yep.
So you both are hit with these shards of bone that come flying out. And Solitude, you take 15 points of piercing damage. And as this penetrates your skin, you take another 13 points of necrotic damage as it begins to kind of almost rot the flesh where it pierces. Valos, you're going to take 9 points of piercing damage as another shard of bone pierces through your armor, and you feel your own flesh begin to be corroded by this thing, and you take another 7 points of necrotic damage, and I need you each to make a strength check.
All right. Just to let you know, I'm going to make a reaction.
Okay.
How do reaction orders work? Because I also have a reaction I can do.
You can only do a reaction if you take damage, I believe. It should tell you within
Yep.
the parameters of it.
Yep.
But I only got a 2 for strength.
I want you to make your strength check first, then you can take your reactions.
Yeah, that was my strength check was a 2. I got a 3
And
minus
vowels?
1.
That would be 15.
You both fail and are knocked prone as these shards of bone came lashing out, and they were projectiles, and they're piercing into you. You may each take your reaction, starting with Solitude.
All right, and I also have to make a concentration check for my Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire,
And
yes.
I have advantage on that. But let's go with the reaction first. So I can cast a spell as a reaction instead of taking the opportunity attack, and of course it has to be on the creature. So as he gets slapped, all John Woo style, like as he gets hit, he throws 2 Eldritch Blasts to take the damage. So throwing 2 of those. And would you say that the advantage is still up on those? Or do you want me to check for concentration first to see if it stays?
I want you to check concentration first because you took the damage.
And I don't you do wizards or spellcasters often. How does the concentration work? Is it like half of the damage that you take or something like that?
I think it's 10 plus the damage. I gotta check real quick.
God,
It's been a while since I made a concentration
that's
check.
25. Looking at 30 something. I'm not beating 30 something.
Let me just double check that. It's true.
Yeah, it's
I played
supposed to be 10 or half the damage you took, so it's a Constitution saving throw anyways.
Boy, man, this is going to be awful. I do have advantage on concentration spells, though, so best of luck to me. Yeah,
it's you have to beat 15. It's 10. The DC is 10 or half of the damage you took.
so
And it's actually you took separate.
yes. So combine it as 1 or...
No, sorry, it was one source, so you have to beat 15.
And it would be whatever I rolled plus Constitution, right?
Correct.
I got 15.
All right.
12
Your
plus
Fairy Fire's still up. Your reaction can be done with
advantage.
with advantage still.
Nice. That's a beautiful thing. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm starting with a 17 and an 18 plus 8 to each. So looking at high 20s. And that's 2d10 10, 16. Looking at 20 points of damage as the same color purple that is engulfing this mound come flying out of each one of Solitude's hands as he's getting whacked. And they just seek in, and you just see purple splatter as he goes tumbling to the ground away. And so Constitution's done, reaction's done.
And just as a reminder, you have a shard of bone lodged in your shoulder.
Okay.
It's not giving you any kind of mechanical disadvantage or anything like that, but it's part of your wound. Same goes for you, Valos, and I believe you had a reaction as well.
Yep. As my reaction, I'm going to point my finger at the creature and essentially hellish rebuke his reaction. So it has to make a dex saving throw. DC 15. Wait, DC 14.
Fail.
Okay, it takes 2d8 fire damage. So 2d8 would be 10 fire damage.
Okay. All right, so that was its turn. And Valos, after your reaction, it is your turn, and you and Solitude were both knocked prone.
Yep. Can you
And
still
you have shards of bone sticking out of you. They're not hindering you other than just causing pain.
Mm-hmm. You can still cast spells while you're prone, can't you?
Yeah, any attacks made from prone are with disadvantage,
Okay.
I believe.
The
Correct,
advantage you
Marboz?
the advantage you have cancels that out, so it's at
Yes.
least neutral.
Yes. You are correct.
What was I gonna do? I had a plan and it totally disappeared out of my head. I'm going to cast a spell on this creature.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Crown of Madness at it.
Ooh.
Will certainly be interesting to see.
So it has to make a Wisdom saving throw. DC
Let's
14.
see how wise this pile of corpses is. That is a 15.
Oh,
Did it save?
it saved. No, so nothing would happen. In which case, I'm gonna spend the rest of my stuff to try and pull this thing out of me.
You're going to try to pull the bone shard out of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lodged in there and it's barbed, but go ahead and roll strength and add your +2.
Okay.
It's technically a save.
That is 18.
You're dismayed to see some of your own flesh come out along with this barbed bone. But you're able to dislodge it. And it hurts like hell. Solitude. You're up.
Oy vey, dude, that last one was awesome, but brutal. All right. So with that, you see Solitude, he was battered from this tumble that he took. Slowly get up. And he's going to stay right where he is. He has no problem being a good distance away from this thing. And he definitely... But let's try this again, shall we? And he casts his hand out again, and the meditation ball spinning furiously. And that same ghostly hand comes out and wraps this thing again. And once again, looking at the advantage attack. Looking at 24 to hit, and then I'm pretty sure that hits.
That's a hit.
Make sure I have the right dice here. I try to keep them separated, but they keep on bundling up. You got me running for all different kinds of dice here. only looking at 5 points of damage, but once again, it has disadvantage on attacks against me, and it is necrotic damage. Now, I'll make a perception roll right quick. Looking at a 16. Do I notice that this necrotic is doing anything? Like, have I noticed any certain type of damage doing extra, like, that it doesn't like? Because we also have, for Unfallen, that we can correctly ID any undead and know one factor of weakness about them. Also have advantage on saving throws against fear from undead. Right.
So, yeah, you notice that the most effective attacks so far have been Sathras's flaming arrows. They've been landing true. They've been burning away parts of this corpse mound. Some of the magics have had some effect, but the this chill touch, this necrotic damage that you're doing, seems to have the least amount of effect on it. And that's because you recall in the lore that you've heard about corpse mounds that, like a lot of various types of undead, they are indeed immune, or rather resistant, to necrotic damage.
With that, I would definitely all haggard, and at the same time attempting to pull this bone out of my shoulder here. I do believe we must set a pyre and burn our fallen. Most stuff does not seem to be affecting it. The fire seems to be the best bet. And make a roll to see if I pull out that barb.
Strength check. Add +2.
Looking at 21 with just a +2. Actually, it would be
same thing. You grab a hold of this thing, and you grit your teeth and you pull, and it pulls some of your flesh and skin with it, but you get this barb out of your skin, out of your body. That puts us back to Sathras.
So we're still on Fairy Fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So rinse and repeat, and watching my comrades flee from terror from this thing. I need to man up and kill that thing. 26 for it. 17. Is it enough?
Yes. Both of those hit.
Yeah. 19 total.
Again, I mean, it's really hard to miss a mound of corpses as you're firing into it. But they're very effective. You're actually seeing that with each successive attack that you've made, plus the combined efforts of your party, this thing seems to be struggling to shudder forward towards you.
How fast is it moving?
Now, go ahead.
How fast is it moving?
Not very fast.
Okay.
Hades.
All right. So even though she almost died, she's a little bit more kind of put off because she tried to strike fear into this thing by kind of biting it personally, but it just kind of backfired, and so she's feeling a little like she just told a joke and it just got completely ignored, and someone else told it and everyone laughed. But so she's gonna kind of look at us and she's gonna sort of suddenly bite into her arm and kind of trying to suck out some of the necrotic fluids and some of the poison that's in her. And so mechanically what I'm doing is I'm using second wind, and I'm going to give myself 1d10 plus 5, which is going to be 14 hit points back.
Okay. I just want to say, not to break the immersion too much, but that was a badass way to flavor second win.
Well, thank you so much. And then kind of right after, she's going to reach into her satchel and pull out that green crystal she pulled out when she was fighting those 3 obnoxious vampires at the beginning. She's going to bite into it and kind of, with a little bit of the help from her now activated jackal bite fangs, she's going to cast Witch Bolt at 3rd level.
Nice.
So that's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
All right, so 3d12. I rolled off the table. Wow, 11, 11, and 10. All right, 32 lightning damage of just this kind of this green lightning. Yeah.
So as Hades does this, you see Hades kind of bite into her own arm, what seems initially to the untrained eye would seem like a bizarre behavior, but you are her brothers in the Unfallen, and you've seen this behavior before, and you know she's gearing up for something badass. And with some of this necrotic fluid dripping off of her copper fangs, she looks up, and you just see pure rage in her eyes as she unleashes an unholy torrent of electrical energy from her arms, and it cascades across every body, every bone, every organ in this pile, this corpse mound that has been assaulting you. And as the energy courses through it, it ignites some of the gases deep within, and there's a muffled explosion from within inside this pile of corpses. And you actually see for a moment as the entire corpse pile just kind of goes boom, and expands for a moment, and then it just collapses in on itself. Broken bodies, gore, ichor, and ooze just leaking out from everywhere as you have defeated the corpse mound.
That is so cool.
And while everybody takes a breath from that fight, I have had to pee for like the last 20 minutes. This is a perfect spot to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will continue on your descent to find out what lies beneath.
All right.
We will be back in just a few moments.
All right.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
All right. Be right back.
And I guess I'm the first one back. Is Jake not killing it with these descriptions? Guy is awesome. Can't wait until I play with him as a teammate in DM Drake's Dragon Grin race test game. That's going to be awesome. And a mad shout out to both Carol and Tim from Tabletop Terrors who are listening in on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys.
I'm awesome. That's not what I meant to say. It's awesome that Tim and Carol are watching. I'm glad to have Tim kind of tuning in since we're kind of playing in their world. I caught the tail end of what you were saying, Scott, and I'm looking forward to exploring Dragon Grin with you as a player. This is the second game that I've had with you. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing in the world of Dragon Grin. I've run quite a few. I've run quite a few of these Copper Jackal incursions. I think this is probably my 4th or 5th incursion that I've run, and I'm looking forward to playing in this world. But I want to give a shout out to you guys, each one of you, because we first played this game in the part 1, which was originally supposed to be a one-shot. We played it in March of this year. And the plan was within a month to play a part 2 when we ended on the cliffhanger. And then it happened that I started a new job right at that time, and then summer came upon us. And I want to thank each and every one of you guys just for being ready, willing, and able to continue on with this even after such a long hiatus. I'm having a blast tonight. I'm trying some new things using these for people watching. That corpse mound was straight out of the Kobold Press Tome of Beasts, and I've got a couple other things that I'll be using at the end of this game. I'll kind of do a little bit of a behind the scenes. I'll talk a little bit about what I did because I've tweaked some things, and obviously I don't want to spoil anything right now. So,
but you definitely beefed up the difficulty. That's for sure.
I didn't touch difficulties at all, and I'll touch on that at the end.
Oh no, you just brought a different kind of enemy. Like that guy was tough. And I still think they're trying to get back at us for just demolishing your heavy knight. Like,
I love that when Lady Verhelden was talking to you and explained the two things, that you guys assumed that it was either fight a bone guardian or fight a bunch of zombies. You had no idea that it was an entire pile of corpses as a single entity. But if you go back and watch, if you were to go back and watch this, you would see during that fight that I have a grin plastered on my face during most of that. You guys, as always, you're doing some pretty awesome things. I love playing with you guys, with all of you. Anastasia is back, and we can now see you.
What up?
But can we hear you?
Uh-oh.
They're having some microphone issues.
And I just have to comment to the fact that Luke is playing our paladin. Apparently, this is what he typed in the chat so everybody can know. Hoax Solitude's apprentice corpse and states, I can bring that back if you want.
Still can't hear anything.
You can't hear us? I said so. That makes no sense. You can't hear us.
That's what happened. I think I'm gonna just switch back to the other computer. Unfortunately, I just can't do this. Yeah, I know you can't hear me. I can't hear you though.
Okay.
Like my speakers must be shot or something like that.
All right, we'll wait for Anastasia to.
Yeah, all right, I'll stick with that.
We'll wait for Anastasia to get situated,
Yeah, I suppose I
here.
could try headphones.
Yeah.
I don't want to delay
Are
too
you-
much, though.
Are you back yet, Luke? I don't know if Luke's back yet.
He's back.
Oh, yep, he's back. All right, so we'll wait till Anastasia gets set up. I do want to say thank you to Carol. I know we just gave her a shout out. Carol's very active in the Absolute Tabletop official group on Facebook, and she watches a lot of games. Unfortunately, we missed each other. She was visiting my state, not too far from where I am, and we thought we might be able to get together for coffee or something. But Carol just said in the chat, this is more fun than watching TV, and that's a huge compliment, not just to me, but to the four of you. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a freaking blast.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so much fun for me, playing something that I've never used before, and just your characters. You guys are doing a phenomenal job role-playing these characters as the Copper Jackals that they are, and I'm just having a blast with it.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, too. Which out of camera, though. It works. I can hear you.
All right. So, sorry for the very abrupt transition to a break after that, but that's what happens when you try to get in character as the vampiress consuming a bottle of wine during the feast.
And that's not a bad wine either.
No, it's all right. I thought it was kind of appropriate Ravenswood for the.
I've had worse, so.
I've had better too, but
Oh yeah.
it did the trick. Anyway, so as the corpse pile has kind of collapsed in on itself,
Yeah, I have something to do for that.
you guys are out of combat. So at this point, I'll give you guys a few minutes to kind of figure out what you want to do and strategize. As the corpse pile does collapse, you do see on the other side of the pile, you can kind of see, once it collapsed, you can see the top of a doorway that it was obscuring.
Solitude at this point would definitely bleeding profusely from his shoulder would be. I need a small break to catch my breath and heal a little bit. But first, we must honor our fallen. I was holding this spell back for when we did defeat this, because there was no doubt of who was falling today. And I'm gonna cast create bonfire directly underneath it and send it up as a pyre.
Nice.
And I suggest we take an hour's break so I can get my spells back, and we can all heal.
I don't
I'm
know.
going to allow that.
Okay, good.
I'm going to allow that. That's very awesome. Honoring the dead and spending some time, as many of these are fallen brethren, sisters and brothers of the Copper Jackals. So yes, you can go ahead. Whatever effects you would normally apply during a short rest, any features that could return. Also, if you need it, you can roll hit dice to recover points as well.
Oh yeah, that dude
I
messed
think
me
only
up.
a couple of you took damage.
Since Solitude is doing a bonfire, I will Satrus, which is we still have 4 fire arrows left. We'll throw them in the bonfire, saying our names before each of them, and the flame will go with a green hue for a few seconds, and he will take his break after that.
Nice.
I figured that he would, after kind of healing up a little bit, he would definitely, knowing that his apprentice kind of sorts would be kind of on the outside, he would take something, a piece of fabric, a medallion, something. I will say he knows that he had a necklace on him from his childhood, that he would definitely have grabbed that, a medallion of a crow.
Very cool.
The Raven
Yes.
Queen, and he takes that. I shall avenge you. This will not be for naught.
Velis will approach Solitude and put a hand on his shoulder and kind of lean over towards him and look him in the face and say, "Loyalty until death and beyond." And then he'll walk away.
Loyalty till death.
Actually, I think what I just typed didn't make sense. Hades, you can go ahead, because you're multi-class, you would have hit dice of different sizes,
Yeah, exactly. So,
but you have a total of 10, so you can roll any number up to that
Oh.
total.
Oh, okay. I see.
You're not limited. You can go ahead and roll all of them if you wanted to. If you have 10 total hit dice, you can go roll them all to try to get your hit points back.
All right. Well, I'm kind of rolling a little bit here and there for that. I don't know. I think I might just not do it, but I will say just for flavor, one last thing before we get up and continue. Kind of as she's kind of staring at the fire, kind of chewing on some of her wounds and sucking more of the essence out of it, and then finally she kind of looks to the side and spits and looks to the side and says, "Loyalty beyond death." And kind of continue, and he walks away with the rest of everyone else.
While you're all doing this and healing up and using whatever method you have to tend to your wounds, pulling out shards of bone, sucking out necrotic ichor from this desecrated beast mound that attacked you, the pyre that Solitude lit burns quickly from the gases within, and soon a hot and smoldering pile of ash is left, and you have clear and easy access to the door in the wall on the right.
Classic fashion, Hades is just gonna walk straight to the door, no regard for anything dangerous.
And you pull the door open, and you see another stairway that spirals in a wide spiral. And you descend another almost 30 minutes. You're walking down these stairs. And the further down you get, the drier and more dust-covered everything becomes. And eventually the stairs actually transition from carved stone to, you see it transition through various layers of the crust of the world. For a while you pass through stairs carved of limestone. You briefly actually have to hop over a small section where it appears that a small chasm, only about 5 feet wide, but very deep, with hot magma deep below it, was opened up. And you spiral down further and further until you find yourself in another chamber. This one does not have an antechamber. This one simply has a very large circular room that is about 60 feet in diameter. And in the middle of the room is this large copper-colored construct that appears to have clockwork mechanisms and a large arm that has looks like it has some kind of weapon on the end of it. But it looks not just copper-colored, it looks green, like corroded copper, like aged copper. And it's covered in a layer of dust. Anybody who wants to can roll either an Arcana or a History Intelligence check to see if you recognize what this is.
Arcana, or what was the other one?
History.
11 Arcana. Not too high. But I think I can't remember her name right now, but the wench upstairs mentioned something about the Villanavi, so hint to my own self.
Yes. You assume this to be a Villanavi, but you're not really sure what that means. But Valos and Hades, you know your lore of Dragongrin a little bit, and you know that below the region of Sphere, which you're kind of on the borders of, that there are legends that tell of a region called Sphere Below, where the Titans once, from which your copper actually comes from, the Titans once were up to something deep below the world, and they had guardians that protected something known as the Deep Vault. And these guardians were called Villanavi, and they were living clockworks of the actual lock mechanism. And that's what this appears to be. It appears to be a derelict Villanavi.
What do you guys think? What is that? Is it the Villanavi, Villanova, whatever the vampire spoke of?
And you would remember both Hades and Valos that she did say that if it's still working, you might have to face off against the Villanavi. That Villashpar, the Dracolich, had corrupted a Villanavi. So you're not entirely sure of its current status.
I think Hades wants to kind of look around. Perhaps maybe if she can see around the Villanavi, or this big copper thing that might be a Villanavi. See if there's another entrance behind Villanavi, or any other one other than the one they came in through.
Yeah, Hades knows without a doubt that this is in fact a Villanavi.
Okay. Yeah.
Or what once was a Villanavi. And you can see beyond it. It's kind of situated in the middle of the room, about 30 feet away from you, and about 30 feet behind it, you see an archway leading. You can see about maybe 20 feet down a hallway that seems to slope downward, and then you can't see beyond that into the darkness.
All right. Is this room kind of circular, you said?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Maybe a little bit oblong, so it's kind of like a more egg-shaped.
Okay. Hades kind of looks around and kind of, in a whisper, we could try sneaking around it. And she kind of shrugs a little bit, as if kind of sneaking around something is a little unfamiliar to her.
At that statement, you would see the little weasel drop out of the bottom of my clothes and kind of scurry across the ground, being very stealthily, taking a wide path to look upon the front of this Villanabi. And this is actually I do have this ability here. What is it? Yep, I totally forgot. So it is Pact of the Chain. So I have the familiar spell, which I believe they have some type of limited communication.
Okay.
Would that have anything to say to me, or any type of information about this Villanavi when it comes back? Or does anything happen as it kind of gets a little bit closer to it as it circles around?
So I imagine that this weasel kind of scurries in furtive movements up towards this Villanavi, which appears almost partially like it had taken a knee, and it kind of skitters up to it and then darts back, skitters up to it, darts back, and then as it gains courage, it kind of climbs across this thing and eventually skitters up to around where its face would be. And the communications that you're getting from it, the limited empathic communications you're getting from this familiar, are that there doesn't appear to be any sort of activity. It's little more than a mound of corroded metal.
With that, when it comes back and kind of it scurries back up like the bottom of my robes in the hood, you hear a little chip and chattering. I believe it is no more derelict, but to be cautious, I say we stay as close to the wall and as quiet as possible. We might be able to get around this thing.
You guys are going to basically try to stealth around this thing?
Yeah, was muted. What I will do is, when Solitude say that, say, yes, sneak. And I will cast the spell Pass Without Trace on me and all my companion. We will have +10 to dexterity stealth checks and cannot be tracked except by magical means. And we don't leave tracks. So we will have +10 on our stealth check if it can help.
All right. So everybody go ahead and roll stealth as you begin to skirt around this room to this archway, trying not to awaken the sleeping Villanavi.
Nat 20, so I'm looking at a 32.
It's almost like you're walking on the air. You're so quiet.
Does my natural 20 and my abilities to sneak through help anyone else? I don't know if you read that little article that was in the one-shot group, maybe nat 20s and skill checks should have other bonuses effect. You do it for nat 1s and stuff like that.
It's +10, Hades.
Yeah, I got 35. So
I got modified 21 then.
I got 25.
You guys have never moved more silently. And Solitude seems to be leading the way, and Marpause. And you guys are just basically doing what they're doing. You guys, if somebody were to watch this, you guys would almost be moving in unison, tiptoeing practically through this area, not making a sound, and you make it through to this archway and are able to continue down the sloping hallway that's about 20 feet across.
Very quickly. So we passed through the hallway.
Uh-huh.
Could I look behind me and take a look at the front of this Villanavi?
You were actually seeing the front of it when you were in there.
Oh, okay. Well, kind of before I disappeared down the staircase, I would want to kind of give it a little sneer and then turn back around.
Excellent. So you were able to make it into this hallway and begin working your way forward. The hallway seems to go for a long ways, a couple hundred meters, not feet, meters, before it curves slightly, and it's constantly going downward before it curves around to the right. Who's leading? Who's the first one to go around the curve into the room?
I'll do it.
I was going to say that Solitude, knowing that he's more of the ranged backup, would probably, as soon as the opening came, would stop there.
So Valos, once the curve comes up, you kind of move to the foreground. And you're taking the lead as your party comes around this curve.
As we come around the curve, can I draw my greatsword?
Yes.
Okay.
You come around the curve, and you see that
Sorry,
as soon as... Go ahead.
I just said I was going to do the same with my sword.
Okay. Anybody else drawing weapons? Okay.
My weapon's attached to my hand, so...
All right, so as you come around this curve, Valos, you're the first to see that this, as soon as it comes around the curve, you are at the far end of a chamber, a cavern that kind of opens up from this hallway and widens. It's easily 200 feet across, 200 feet wide, and probably you can only estimate at least that high because you can barely see the hints of stalactites on the ceiling. The cavern seems to be mostly level, but you can see from the center of the cavern protruding are some stalagmites. And what probably surprises you the most is these stalagmites appear to be coursing with veins of Titan copper. But that's not even the most surprising thing in this room. Near the entrance to this tunnel that you're coming out of, you see, lying on the cavern floor, the shattered bones of a massive creature. Some of these bones are plated in copper, in Titan copper. You see massive leg bones, a long, curving, shattered, broken spine. Coming out from where the shoulders would be of this broken skeleton, you see thin, long bones that you recognize as wings. This creature is so huge, it can only be the skeleton of a long dead dragon. What do you do?
I think Hades' eyes probably immediately widen as she just freezes cold in her tracks. Just staring at these bones.
Valis will take his greatsword and he'll. Is the nose of this? Wait, it's shattered. You said so.
Yes.
he'll kind of turn and to his compatriot, his party members, and he'll say, I think it's dead. Okay, I think it's dead again.
It doesn't take any kind of special knowledge or anything for you to look upon this shattered corpse of what was clearly once a dragon and possibly a Dracolich, to realize that this once powerful creature has no life or undeath left in it. If this was Villashbar, Villashbar was vanquished long ago.
I don't know what I would roll for what I'm having one of those player character knowledge moments, and I don't know. What would I? Could I?
What do you want to do?
Could I roll insight? Should try and tell if like this entire thing was a distraction. Like if she sent us to kill the Dracolich and it's already dead.
Yeah, go ahead and roll insight. I'm going to turn off my mic, or my camera and my mic for a moment.
I do believe I've just had a plot twist thrown into my game.
Sorry about that, guys. Found the dog
All right.
chewing on something that it wasn't supposed to, and then I accidentally spilled my soda all over the place.
Oh man.
Oh no.
All right, so Valos, you are, as you're looking upon this shattered corpse of what was once a dragon and possibly a Dracolich, and you do indeed see that some of its bones, but only a few, are coated in a thin leaf of copper. You get the sinking feeling that the Lady Verhelden completely played you. And as if to dot the I at the beginning of your insight here, you all feel a kind of chill rush as out of the tunnel that you were just standing in, a copper mist kind of swirls almost like a gust of wind and kind of curls around your ankles and swirls around your bodies and zooms into the corridor. And this mist begins to coalesce into a humanoid figure. And as the last remnants of this mist disappear, the Lady Verhelden is standing before you.
Explain yourself right now, or die forever.
Do you think, Sartres, that I got to be as powerful as I am by being intimidated by even powerful, unfallen Copper Jackals such as yourself? You're so predictable. Place a few powerful undead before the mighty Unfallen, and they stumble across themselves trying to vanquish their foes. You've been under my control from the very beginning. You've done everything that I suspected that you would, and you've performed as admirably, perhaps even better, than marionettes whose strings are tied to my fingers. A Dracolich. Do you honestly think that a long dead lizard would pose a threat to me? And she kind of gestures across herself as if to say, just look at me. There are forces in Dragongrin. Entities, consciousness that have been here far longer than any of us could ever imagine. A Dracolich would never be much of a threat to the Copper Jackals. But the Awakened, on the other hand, has been devouring Copper Jackals since the first Jackals. And you guys have an opportunity to react to that if you wish.
Well, kind of a smile is actually going to break out on Hades' face, and she's actually going to start giggling, probably for the first time ever in our experience with working with these three that they have ever heard. And it finally just becomes uncontrollable. And then her jackal bite kind of flowers out from her mouth again, and she says, "So I'm going to get to bite you back." And she's going to cast a 3rd level witch bolt right at her face.
Can we do another one of those instantaneous, we know what the other ones are going to do?
Well, hold on. Remind me, is Witch Bolt an attack or is it a dexterity save?
It's an attack, so I'm going to need to roll for that. 22 to hit.
Okay, what'd you get?
22.
Your Witch Bolt lances across the space between you. And you see one of the stalagmites that has a vein of copper, Titan copper, running through it, shining brilliantly. This stalagmite actually moves across the floor of the cavern, and your arcane electrical energy actually begins to arc across the Titan copper and disperse through the room as you hear a voice within the chamber, echoing throughout the chamber. Foolish child! How dare you think that you can lash out at the Awakened? We have been here since before the first Jackals. And we will be here long after the last jackals. We have always been, and we always will be. We were there when the dismembered Lord brought the Copper Sun crashing to the earth. We know the secrets that the Titans locked away in the deep vaults. We remember the formation of the Prime Jackals. We remember Dragon Grin before it was a grave for the dragons. We were there before the bleak separated Ankea from Erenoth and this realm. We were there when the primordials were birthed from the old veil. And we were there on the day that 4 measly minor Copper Jackals died. Lady Verhelden awakened them! Roll for initiative.
Oh, I had a response to that. Okay.
I concede.
You can go ahead and respond if you want while we roll for initiative.
Velos will respond with, "How can you be there when the 4? How can you be there when the 4 Copper Jackals die? When that is far in the future."
Your death has been written in Titan Copper since the beginning of time. And your death will be forgotten here in this cavern.
Can see in the future. Can't see 4 people sneaking past him.
All right, go ahead and roll for initiative. I was getting a little more feedback than I intended. I saw Scott ripping his earbuds out, so I'll hold back on the amplified.
I think the mic is just too close to where it is. When you step back a little, it was fine, but you got a little close there, and it was just feedback, and it was like.
Yeah, I had to turn the volume down a little bit. Okay.
Great use.
So
Great use.
you are actually facing off against both the Lady Verhelden again. Let's see. And against the Awakened, which so far you've only seen a stalactite to represent it. Okay. Let's see. We got. Looks like it's going to be the Awakened first, followed by Hades, followed by Satras, followed by Solitude, followed by the Lady Verhelden, and finally Velos was a little too cocky to get the drop, apparently. So, the Awakened is going to make its first attack. And what happens first is a spike of what seems to be stone and Titan copper lances out and strikes at you for a 20.
That is a hit.
And as this stone and copper lashes out, you take... Wow, I rolled 2 1s on 2 d8s. You take 5 points of piercing damage and 3 points of acid damage as what is clearly not stone and copper pierces into you. Hades. Go ahead.
I'll use my stone's endurance to reduce that.
Okay.
I reduce it by 9.
Okay. That's a Goliath feature.
Yep.
All right. And Hades.
All right.
Nope, it's not your attack yet.
Oh.
This thing is still attacking.
Oh man.
This thing is getting 4 attacks.
Oh.
So this spike lances out and hits Valos. And from behind one of these, and seeming to come from the very earth itself, a tentacle lashes out at you, swiping at you. What's your AC?
15.
It's a close call as this tentacle just whizzes past your face and misses. And as you're watching this, Satras, another tentacle, comes flying out of nowhere, lashing at you, and that is a natural 20. This tentacle caught you completely unawares and comes striking out at you, dealing 25 points of bludgeoning damage and 19 points of acid damage as you are just completely blindsided by this thing. And finally, Solitude, you almost can't see this as this thin filament of something emerges from one of the stalagmites and comes wending its way towards you for a 29 to hit.
That totally hits. Now, this is not a spell, correct?
This is not a spell.
Okay.
As this thing hits you, it deals 15 points of bludgeoning damage, and as it hits you, it's also doing 8 points of acid damage, and you are now grappled by this thing.
Was that 15
it wraps,
or 50?
15.
15.
You are now grappled as this filament wraps itself around you.
All right, I'm going to use a reaction and Mystic
Okay.
Escape. I can use reaction, and when I take damage, turn invisible and teleport up to 60 feet. Stay invisible till my next turn.
Okay, excellent.
I still take
So
the damage, though.
as this thing hits you and begins cutting into your skin, all of a sudden it collapses in on itself as you just kind of... and you're gone. Excuse me. And now that takes us to Hades.
So she kind of like dodges out of the way of the tentacle that just kind of struck up from her from the ground, and not really sure where to attack. She goes for the only target that she can really see in the room, and that's going to be Lady Verhelden. And she's gonna run. She's gonna run up to her and try to deliver two attacks, 2 slashes with her serrated sword. That's a crit on one attack and a 17 to hit on the other one.
Nice. Both of those are going to hit.
All right. So, how do you do crits?
So roll your damage twice, and then add your modifiers.
Okay. All right, so that's 11 on the crit, and then another 11 on the other attack.
So 22 points of damage to the Lady Verhelden.
Yeah. Also, this damage is magical because my longsword is my magic item. Just thought I'd let you know.
Fantastic. Excellent. Thank you. Are you going to do any kind of movement or...
I think I spent my movement running up to her, so
Okay.
I think I'm all done. Yeah.
Okay. Then we are at Satras.
Was I am I grappled too, or was I just hit by that crit along the face and I'm okay?
Say that again?
I am. How can I say that? I am. I think Scott was grappled by the attack.
Yes.
I am grappled too.
Oh, you were hit by a different attack, so you were
Okay.
not...
So in that case, what I will do is say we need reinforcements, and I'm gonna cast a spell, conjure animals, and I will summon CR2 monsters. So I check back. Yes, it's a giant constrictor snake, a huge one. So I will set him just near of Lady Verhelden, and in fact, he has his own initiative. I don't know how you want to deal with it, but normally he plays independently of me. So that will cost my action normally.
Go ahead and roll an initiative for your giant constrictor, and I'll slide it in.
20.
20?
Yeah.
Okay. Your snake is now at the top of the order.
Cool. Is in the cave any walls nearby? Another stalagmites? Anything I could climb on?
The walls are a long ways away.
Okay.
This cavern is 200 feet in diameter, basically.
And no more stalagmites?
There appear to be a scattering of stalagmites around the room.
Okay. But not any nearby.
Yeah, there's at least one. Well, there's the one that blocked the Lady Verhelden from getting hit with the one spell at the beginning. Is probably the closest one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. So I will just take a few steps back, and I will action. Yeah. I will send Xabu on a help action on Lady Verhelden. So the next one will attack Lady Verhelden will have advantage because my snake is taunting her and trying to get in her way, while that fucking big snake appeared too. So we'll see what happens now.
All right, Solitude.
Solitude just got whacked pretty good, and you just see him poof, disappear. And then all these guys, Hades runs up, does a chop, and the snake randomly appears. And how close together? Now we have the vampire, and there's like different stalactites around that are covered in copper.
Mm-hmm.
How close is she to like this copper covered stalactites? They stand in like relatively close together.
How close is the Lady Verhelden?
Yeah, to the like the rest of this animated
The
object.
stalagmites are scattered kind of around, but there is one that was kind of right up close to her.
All right, so I'm going to appear 60 feet away off to the left-hand side of her, of the group. And literally, as soon as I appear, let's make a clack in this. And I'm casting Shatter right in between her and the stalagmite. So,
Okay.
it's painfully intense. Each creature within a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw. A creature takes 3d8 thunder damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. So it has to be the Constitution save of both of them of 16. Here's the kicker.
All right, so there's going to be a con save for the Lady Verhelden.
Yeah, and
And
also
also
for the other one.
Hades.
But for Hades, I can position it anywhere on a point so that way she doesn't get hit.
Hades is right in front of
Yeah, I'm kind
the
of right
vampire.
in her face, slashing at her. So
She engaged the vampire at point blank melee range.
All right, sorry, Hades.
that's cool.
All right, Hades, go ahead and make a con save.
But any creature of inorganic material, such as this copper-covered stone, material such as stone, crystal, or metal, makes the Constitution save at disadvantage.
All right, so the Lady Verhelden got a modified 20.
So she'll take half damage.
And
Hades got a 22, so she'll take half damage.
the Awakened got, I gotta find its, no boons there, also got a modified 20. So it looks like everybody's taking half damage.
Yeah, did the Fallen make that at disadvantage?
The Awakened, you notice where you expected to see copper and stone shatter, it seems to be taking the damage that hits it in the same way that organic material would get.
Damn you, Jake. Just ruined a good time.
What's the damage?
It's 6d8, so hold up one second. I gotta roll some stuff here. I'll let you know. Continue on. That's my entire turn, but
All right, yeah, go ahead and drop the damage in the chat, and we'll all apply half of that. So that is Solitude's turn. That takes us to the Lady Verhelden. And as soon as this as Hades comes running up and does this damage, you see the Lady Verhelden she takes a step back, Hades, away from you, provoking an opportunity attack. So you can take a single melee attack against her as she steps back away from you.
All right. 14. Nope. 18 to hit.
It hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. Nice. 5 damage.
All right. And as your sword, your serrated blade cuts across her and opens up another wound as she steps away from you. She reaches to the very spots where you have wounded her, and the blood is pouring from her and she reaches down and grasps where that is. And you see her pull her hand away, and you see tendrils of blood pulling away from her along with her hand. And as she opens up her hand, this blood just begins to spill forth from this wound. And you can see her grimace her teeth because this hurts. But this blood begins to run out from the wound and coat her entire body as she is completely saturated in her own blood.
Very sorry, a quick question. Is she casting a spell by any chance?
She is not casting a spell.
Okay.
This seems to be something that you have never seen a vampire do before.
Alright. Spooky.
You can go ahead if you want to roll an Arcana check. Since you're the closest to her, go ahead and roll Arcana and tell me what you got.
That's a 19.
You actually, and I should have said with advantage, you actually recognize, and this is most peculiar to you, but she seems to be drawing on some kind of a great old power, and seems to be have some kind of tie to an ancient energy, in much the same way that warlocks do. And you get the sense that this, while it hurt her initially, that this blood that has covered her body has somehow helped to protect her, though you're not sure how.
Okay.
And that is going to be her action. So it is now Valos' turn.
For all the smack talking you did, seeing all this carnage is not helping his ego. However, he will attempt to. So there's all of his companions are basically, for the most part, in front of the vampire.
I'm off to the left-hand side, 60 feet away. I teleported.
Okay. Well, this only means one thing. The spell that our DM hates.
Uh-oh.
Alright.
Yes.
Do it, do it, do it.
I will, well, actually, I have to move up so that I'm within 10 feet of the vampire. And I will cast a magic circle on where she's standing.
All right.
So there's a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on our vampire friend. Actually, I'll have it form a foot behind her, so I'm not stuck in it. Centered on a point in the ground, I can see within range. Glowing ruins appear whenever the cylinder intersects with the floor of the surface. So normally, it protects things that are inside of it, but I can elect to cause its magic to operate in the reverse, preventing a creature for the specified type, I pick undead, from leaving the cylinder and protecting targets outside of it. So they can't willingly leave the cylinder by non-magical means. If they try to teleport or interplanar travel away, they have to make a charisma saving throw. They have a disadvantage on attack rolls against targets outside the cylinder, and targets outside the cylinder can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature. And it lasts for an hour.
Yes, I'm very familiar with this. It may have been 5 months, but I remember it like it was yesterday.
Greatest spell combo ever.
All right. And to you said in order to escape by magical means, it has to be a charisma saving throw.
If they try to teleport out of it,
Right.
it has to be make a charisma saving throw or they don't get out.
Okay. All right. Is that your action?
Magic circle was yeah. So I'm going to what can I do with the other? Just my. I moved. I cast a spell. I'm with a bonus action. Can I put my great sword away and get out my shield?
Sure.
Sure. But okay, that's what I'll do. So my So I have.
All right. So we are back at the top of the order, and it is Sotras's giant effing snake that he summoned. It's the snake's turn.
I will make him attack the lady. So classic constrict attack. Make sure she doesn't move.
How does that work? How does that work if she's in the magic circle?
Oh, I don't.
Luke?
I think we could attack him the last time. So
I think you used ranged weapons last time, didn't you? Or no, it was
it only
Hunger
affects
or Hadar.
it only affects undead creatures in the circle.
Oh, so other creatures can move in without a problem.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, your snake can do what it was trying to do.
Okay. 25. So it will be non-magical damage, but 16 non-magical bludgeoning damage, and Lady Verhelden is grappled and restrained at the same time.
Okay.
That's pretty much the turn of that snake.
All right, so she's both grappled, becomes 0, can't benefit from any bonus, and she's restrained. Okay. Well, it is the turn of the awakened. And you said, Solitude, that you had moved 60 feet away, correct?
Yes, to the left-hand side.
Which does, in fact, just put you in range of this effect. I need everybody to make, and this is going to actually include the Lady Verhelden, needs to make, let me find out what it is, an intelligence saving throw.
Ah. $13.
A 5.
The DC on that is 8 plus wisdom or intelligence. So it's, all right, did anybody get lower than a 10? Sorry about that.
The Jetsons are calling, so game off.
Looks like Solitude. You are the only one that failed. Nope. Zabu failed as well. So Zabu and Solitude are going to take 26 points of psychic damage as the copper within the Titan copper within this seeming stalagmite resonates and just shoots forth this blast of psychic energy. And
Is this a spell?
I would like everybody to make a insight or perception check at advantage.
Is that by chance a spell?
That's what this roll is going to help you determine.
$16.
21.
19.
So you guys, Valos, you're not really sure what happened, but the rest of you recognize that this attack that just blasted towards you came from the Titan copper and manifested itself in the same way that a Copper Jackal's copper boon, copper psyche, would manifest. It is not a spell. It is a boon. And that ends the Awaken's turn. So it is now Hades' turn.
I'm sorry, Jake. How much damage did I take again? Was it 28?
24, I think.
26 was the damage. I believe.
26, yeah.
Sorry about that.
All right. Hades is gonna kind of look. She kind of shrugs off the damage from the shatter. She's a little too kind of engrossed in how she just kind of how she was able to easily attack the Lady Verhelden. So she's just gonna kind of tilt her head to the side, and her smile is kind of get a little bit too wide, maybe for someone who's trying to do good. And she says, and she kind of raises her sword and feigns slashing. Instead, she's going to try to run up, grab her, and use the classic vampiric touch, bite. And I'm going to go straight for her neck.
Nice.
So that is a 23 to hit.
That is a successful hit.
All right. That is 16 necrotic damage.
Okay.
I kind of let that bite linger. I've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time.
All right. Excuse me. That would take us to Sathras.
In that case, we'll shoot some arrows at Lady Verhelden. She's in a magic circle, restrained by my new big snake, so she's a sitting duck or a sitting vampire, something like that. And I will shoot her with advantage. 29, I guess will hit.
Indeed.
Yeah, 26, so...
Yep.
14 magical damage and 8 magical damage.
Okay.
Continue like that. She will die soon. And throwing some arrows.
Solitude.
Oh, there's a lot of things going on and a lot of things in one spot. This gets tough. Okay. Does it look like when I did the shatter that the fallen actually took damage from it? Or was it like null and void kind of deal?
It took damage, but it didn't seem to have. It didn't act like stone and metal like you expected. It acted more like organic material.
So it is taking damage, though.
Yes.
All right. Oh, damn it. All right. To start with, I'm just going to Eldritch Blast the lady. And that's with advantage, right, on those?
Yes.
So 2 shots straight at her, and she can't move 10 feet backwards, so I don't know if it does more impact that way or not. Oh, 1 natural 20. And so looking at 28 and 19.
The 28. Well, that was a crit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a hit anyway. The 19 actually misses.
Misses her being restrained?
Yep.
Okay.
But
So
the crit obviously hits, so.
And you roll twice and then add modifier?
Correct.
You said? Okay. Oh, that's... They do more damage with the one by itself. Only looking at 10 points of damage. As this purple blast just smears across her face, blowing a chunk off her cheek.
And as this blast hits her, and you actually see some of her flesh just kind of... After just a split second, that's all you see. Well, let's see if that's all you see, because she's going to attempt to teleport out of this situation. What's the DC on that, Vos?
That would be a 14.
That is a 15. I rolled a 6, and she has a +9 to charisma. So you see these little bit of flesh and blood, and suddenly she's gone. Satras, your giant snake, is constricting suddenly nothing, and she reappears. Go ahead.
Is that one? I have the Misty Escape also, but it doesn't state whether or not it actually counts as a spell. Is that just a reaction?
This isn't Misty Escape. This is a spell. It's teleportation. All
right. Sorry, guys, but I'm going to use my...
Oh, no, correction. That is not a spell.
Okay, then you're good to go.
That is actually a copper boon called Copper Teleportation.
Yeah, I don't like these copper boons, especially when I can't use my own copper boons against them.
So she actually reappears 30 feet behind where she was, outside this magic circle. Just like, and she's gone, and she reappears. And that is her move action. Solitude, you've been injured, correct?
Yes, I have.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right, not at advantage or anything, right?
No.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Stop. 13.
So as she reappears, she looks at you and sees your wounds. And she kind of goes like this towards you, and you feel your own blood being drawn in an arc out of your body as it arcs across the cavern toward her.
Is that a spell?
No, that is a vampire warlock action.
Can I use Hellish Rebuke?
She is going to. You're still going to take the damage.
Yeah,
Because Hellish Rebuke is a reaction, I believe, correct?
it is.
You are going to take. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 66. All fours. Let's see. 16, 17, 18, 19 plus 4. 23 necrotic damage. Your blood is drawn away from you and toward her. And your hit point maximum has been reduced by that same amount. And as she does and begins drawing this blood toward her, she just opens her mouth and begins just drinking your blood out of the air. And now you can take your reaction and hellishly rebuke her.
Oh yeah, and I get that as it doesn't even cost me a spell slot because it's part of the tiefling. And
Correct.
It's gonna be 60-10.
Holy crap!
But she gets to make a dexterity save, unfortunately, of 16.
All right, you get the right 20 here. She has a +9 to dexterity. And I rolled a 15. That is a 23 on dexterity save. Does she take half damage on that, or?
Yeah, on a failed save, the target. Wait, no, where is it? Half as much on a success. So I got a lot of rolling to do, so I'll get back to you on the damage. I only have 2d10, so.
All right, so you go ahead and figure that damage out. Well, I need you to figure that damage out right away. You roll your own fistful of
That's
dice.
24. That's 28 cut in half, so you're looking at 14 points of damage. Which still is not all too shabby.
No, and it actually looks like it affected her pretty dramatically. She's still standing, but as this hellish rebuke strikes her in retaliation for what she's doing, it staggers her a bit.
Yeah, the blood gets pulled from him, and he staggers himself, and he points his finger and goes, "Choke on it." And she starts gagging on the blood as she's drinking it, taking damage from it. So, choke on it.
Valos, you are up.
Okay, if I was within 10 feet of her before, how far away is she now?
Who was
Probably
10 feet of you?
Like, I was within 10 feet of her. And then she teleported away.
So she's 40 feet away from you.
Oh, okay. And how far away is what's his name? Oh my god.
I'm 60 feet off to your left.
So you'd actually be 50 feet away from Valos.
Yeah. You're not making this easy for me. I will. Where is it? Where's the next page? As a second level spell, I will cast. Oh no! Goddamn! What? Cure wounds is a touch range. That's great. That's touch range. That's all right. This probably won't work. I will attempt to cast Crown of Madness on our vampire friend.
All right.
So that is a wisdom saving throw.
Let's see. That is, what's the DC?
14.
I rolled a 13. Well, it gets a total of 13. However, the Lady Verhelden has legendary resistance, and if she fails a saving throw, she can instead choose to succeed on that saving throw. So she succeeds on that saving throw. So she does not fall under the effect of your Crown of Madness. However, she does look at you with a maniacal glee and just starts, and blood, Solitude's blood leaking from her mouth as she says, "Keep it coming, jackals."
I present her with my holy symbol by flipping her the bird.
Somehow I just knew when you said you were presenting your holy symbol that it was not something very holy. The flipping of the bird was much tamer than I thought you were going to do. All right. So we are back at the top of the order with the Sothris's big effing snake.
Okay. The snake will get back to the lady. So he will attack again with a constrict attack to try to make her stay at that place. 11 is not enough, so it will be over for now.
You all notice as these stalagmites that are scattered around the room actually begin shifting. And one begins moving toward each of you. And as it comes towards you, it manifests itself as a spike. So I'm going to start with Hades. Does a 16 hit you?
Yes, it does.
So you are going to take another. There we go. You are going to take 15 piercing and 6 acid damage as this stalagmite manifests as a spike into you.
Ouch.
Valos, you take.
6 acid, sorry.
Say again?
15 piercing and 6 acid?
Yes.
Okay.
Valos, does a 19 hit you?
But just barely.
That's 8 piercing and 1 necrotic. Or, sorry, not necrotic, acid. Solitude. Whoops. Does a 16 hit you? I see you nodding. These things are just coming out of seemingly nowhere. 12 points of piercing and 3 points of acid. And finally, Sothris, I'm going to assume a 21 hit you.
Yes.
And you take 8 points of piercing and 3 points of acid damage. And the entire chamber just resonates with what you can only assume is laughter. That was 6 piercing, Luke. And that takes us to Hades.
All right. I am going to, for once, do something kind of smart in my combat, and I'm kind of looking around the room at this kind of laughter that's echoing around. And my witch bolt, when I first fired it out at Lady Verhelden, was lightning rodded by one of the stalagmites. But I think what I want to do is I want to test and see if that's an innate quality. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cast a first level witch bolt at one of the stalagmites.
All right.
So 11 to hit.
Your arcane energy arcs across this thing, dancing across the stone and copper before it dissipates with seemingly no effect.
Okay. I'm going to chalk that up to lack of effort, though. And then I think I'm going to try to put myself in between Lady Verhelden and the magic circle that should still be up.
All right.
With my movement.
I would like you to roll perception.
Okay. That's a 6.
Okay.
Not very good at the perceiving.
Satras,
Yes.
it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna try something. No, never mind. I was just shooting 2 arrows at Lady Verhelden and see what she thinks of that. So 2 straight attacks. So what attack? No. I think 19 doesn't hit, right?
19 is a miss.
But I crit on the other one, so that's good. It's a 30. So it will give 17 damage from the arrow.
Okay.
I'm trying to see. I will just send Xabu doing the help another action on my big snake, so we'll have advantage and do some pretty good combos here. So yeah, next.
All right. That takes us to Solitude.
All right. So she's no longer being pressed by everybody around her, right?
Yeah, there's currently nobody immediately on her.
All right. So you see him. He's hurting. He's bleeding all over the place, and just had blood forcefully pulled from his wounds. He's having a hard time standing. But you see the copper meditation balls are still circling in his hand, slower, but still going. And he lifts him up and just hurls like what would be a firebolt at her. And it's literally, I'm casting firebolt. So I'm hurling a a fireball at her, pretty much.
Fireball or firebolt?
It's firebolt.
Okay.
I make a spell attack on a hit. It takes 1d10 fire damage. And with a 15, I don't think it hits.
It does not.
Nope. And you see him, he's staggering. He throws his firebolt, and it just kind of arcs through the air and piddles out, kind of splashes the ground in front of her, maybe scorching her boots, but nothing more. Ta-da! That's my turn.
And she's actually going to do something. Since she's finally out from under the circle, she can take advantage of her legendary actions coupled with a copper boon. Nope. I misread that. I'm still going to do it because I started it anyway. So she can't use the copper boon, but she's still going to use her legendary action to simply Misty Step to you. Wait, I better double check the range on that. Make sure I'm not Misty Stepping too far.
Pretty sure Misty Step is 30 feet.
I think it's 60 feet.
Or 60 feet, okay. I think you can change that to any distance in between that and 0 feet.
Misty Step is 30 feet, so she's not going to be able to make it to you. She has her eyes on you, Solitude, as she does this. The closest target that just moved to between her and the magic circle, though, would be Hades. And what she does... There we go. What she does is she Misty Steps toward Hades while looking at Solitude, and she straight up punches Hades right in her stupid copper teeth. And that is an unarmed strike. That is a nat 20. I don't know if you can see that right there.
Oh, I can see that.
That red die, that's a nat 20 right there. And she just punched you in the face, and that is going to be... Multiple things are going to happen here. Well, actually, just a couple things here. Because you're going to take 1d8 plus 4, so that's 11 points of bludgeoning damage. But because she has her bloody arms in effect, you're going to take the additional 4d6 of necrotic that you would take from a attack like that, plus 2d6 for the bloody arms. So you're taking 6d6 of necrotic damage from this punch. That is 10, 21, 24 points of necrotic damage on top of the 11 points. So 35 points of damage from this punch.
Ouch, is all I can say. I stumbled backwards. Probably, I'm very caught off guard. Probably because she just apparated in front of me.
In reaction, I will use my copper boon named Copper Jackal. Use that last time. I will say, "No, don't touch her," and I will. I can give 1d8 free HP to my allies. So that's what I will do. Maybe it won't help much, but 8. Okay. You gain 8 HP. 80s.
Nice.
In reaction, it was part of my reaction.
Done.
Sorry, how much HP?
That's 8 points.
Yeah.
8 points? Okay.
Yep. Thanks. And that was actually a legendary action in response to Solitude's attack, and it is now actually her turn as she stands directly in front of you. Hades. And she just looks at you after she's just practically broken your jaw with this unarmed attack. And you see a smile play across her teeth as she bares her fangs, as she cocks back her fist to do it again. And she actually has multi-attack, so she can make 2 unarmed attacks against you.
Okay. She's kind of reacting like a scared kid, kind of getting like shoved up against the locker, and she's just, all the ferocity that she had before is just gone, and she's just kind of staring up at her, kind of bloody and holding her jaw, and looking very afraid.
What's your AC again?
15.
So 19 hits you.
Ouch.
As does a 25. So you guys all see this as Verhelden just misty stepped and appeared in front of Hades and kind of sucker punched her, and then she just follows up with 2 vicious punches right to her face, both of them landing solidly. And just in bludgeoning damage alone, you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. And then each hit, you can actually almost see the negative necrotic energy just spilling out across you as you take 13, 17, 18, 19, 29, 30, 31, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41 points of necrotic energy. It's almost like the air around you with each punch. It's like, boom, and almost like for a moment time slows down and the energy just around you just kind of, which she follows up with this like uppercut right into your jaw with this, 41 points of necrotic energy followed on the 12 points of bludgeoning. So I think you just took like 56 points of damage.
He just is this volley of necrotic punches just kind of comes at her, and she just kind of like one wide-eyed stare, kind of weakly, and then she just falls backwards, and the copper that lined her front jaw just shatters and falls around her, and her eyes are closed, and she is knocked unconscious. And I'm going to be making death saving throws because I am at negative 41 hit points right now.
What was your hit point max?
59, so I don't think I'm insta-killed.
Oh my gosh. I think I just came within 3 of outright killing you.
Yeah.
If you're at 59, and I think you just took a total of what, like 56 points?
I had 12 thanks to Satras. But
okay.
I'm currently at negative 41.
Yeah. Satras, well, you don't get negatives. You only go to 0.
Okay. So just go to 0.
Yeah, you're only at a flat 0, so you don't have to recover negative hit points, just as long as it didn't hit that 59
it didn't
negative.
hit that max. Nope.
So it sounds like Satras saved you from a outright kill.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
So
you guys all see this, and Valos, it's your turn.
Cool thing that might kill me or smarter thing that might help us. Okay, how far away is the vampire? For me, right? Because you move closer, right?
Yeah, so you're 40, probably about 20 feet away from you.
Okay, and how far away is she from the magic circle?
Probably 10.
Okay. I would like to run up to the vampire, grab her, and German suplex her into the magic circle.
Nice, I love it.
Or
I want. That's
Right.
going to be. That's going to be a strength contest, but I want you to do that at advantage, because that seems to be the last thing she expected. Is she just street fought Hades into submission?
okay.
So it's actually going to be a strength contest.
I got plus just flat strength.
Yeah, just add whatever your strength is.
That would be 20.
It beats my 7. So yeah, you just run up to her, grab her, and just kind of, like you said, you suplex her into the magic circle, and she's, because of the way you did that move, she's actually lying prone inside the magic circle.
And he'll yell out, "You know what to do."
And with that, we're back at the top of the order, and it's Satsas' snake, the big one.
The snake will attack the lady, of course, and like I said, Zabu gave help action on that snake, so he will be rolling with advantage. Anyway, she's prone, you said, so I will have advantage in which one, I think. Okay. 19, it's still not enough, right?
Oh.
Okay. That's okay for this snake.
Sorry, I was. So you rolled a 19 and missed the attack, correct?
That's correct. The snake.
Sorry, I got distracted
No, I understand.
in the chat trying to resolve something. Okay. Well, that then goes to Hades, who it appears was not truly knocked unconscious, but was rather
Playing possum.
Yeah, was rather just shooken up pretty well. And you're able to get back to your feet and take action. I believe, based on what we discovered in the chat, that you should actually have... Still pretty close.
I still am like 10 health, I think. 10 or 15, something like that.
41... We'll call it 15. Just so we don't have to do a bunch of math.
Sure, I'm cool.
There was a
with that.
miscalculation on max HP, so yeah, you were actually at 15 health.
All right. So
And it's your turn, and Valos has just suplexed the Lady Verhelden back into the magic circle, where she is currently lying prone.
okay. I'm just still gonna say for flavor that Hades still was on the ground, kind of knocked out, but she's gonna kind of roll over, and she's just kind of lying down flat, and then she just kind of rolls over, so she's kind of lying down on her stomach, but looking right into the eyes of Lady Verhelden. and she just like tries to crack the most terror-inducing smile she can, as kind of her jackal bite reforms again in her mouth into this kind of serpentine, otherworldly smile, and I'm casting fear on her. And yeah. So she's gonna need to make a wisdom saving throw, or she's gonna be under the fear effect of me. And my DC is 16.
Now, I know I said she has legendary resistance, which does allow her to automatically succeed at any saving throw that she fails. However, I rolled a critical fail on that.
Oh.
So I am not going to let her take the legendary resistance on that. So she has now become terrified of you.
I'm just gonna play this up. I'm standing up and just kind of looking down at her, kind of completely.
And she can't go anywhere.
I have kind of tunnel visioned out, and I'm just seething at the mouth at how much she is stricken into fear from me. And that, I think, is all I'm gonna do.
That gives Satras an opportunity to do something.
Yeah, in that case, I will. Since the lady is prone, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I will take a quick step toward her, and when I'm really near her, because I have the close quarter fighting style, not gonna. I think I will have disadvantage, but I don't have any cover, so I'm just gonna point blank shooting in her face, almost at 10 feet from her, and getting back after, and I will shoot my 2 arrows at disadvantage.
You're not in the circle, right?
No, that would be a bad idea. Fumble. Ugh, 12. Never mind. And I will send Xabu helping the big mama snake and finish my turn.
All right. It is now Solitude's turn.
Wobbling on his knees, knowing exactly what's going on, and the combo that we love to use against undead. Trap him in the circle and hit him with Hunger of Hadar. As this gate opens to the darkness of the void, and these black tendrils come out and fill the void and just start slapping everything around. And yes, I'm sorry, dude. You're totally Luke. You're totally taking this damage too, but you sacrificed yourself for it, man. All right. So any creature
Luke's not actually, or Valos is not actually in the circle.
Oh, I thought he was in there with.
No, he basically kind of suplexed her into it, which left him outside of it.
Totally, yeah. And this just opens up inside of there, and you see the stars and planets in the background as these ethereal black tentacles come out and just start slapping the crap out of her. And just to refresh our memory, any creature that starts their turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that ends its turn in the area must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 2d6 acid damage as the milky otherworldly tentacles smash against them. I'm sure you looked this spell up after we played that game and are very familiar with it. So
Yep.
no damage right now, but that entire area is now filled with that, and on her start and end.
And it's her turn now.
Yeah. So
It's at the start. It's at the start of her turn.
Yeah, 2d6 to start, and looking at 5 damage right there, and then 2d6 if she ends her turn there.
Which she will. So go ahead and roll that.
Oh, how nice. You do get to make a dex save in this little confined area that is totally filled with this absolute essence of void.
And I just rolled it with the same die. I just rolled another critical fail.
Oh, nice.
So this is perfect.
Now, is any of this possibly hitting the other monster that's in here too, considering it's on the ground?
To the best of your knowledge, it doesn't seem to, but at this point, all you can see is where before, when you used this 1-2 combo of Magic Circle and Hunger of Hadar, you basically, like trapping a frog in a jar and waiting for it to die, let it play out over the course of I believe, a minute. This only takes maybe 10 or 15 seconds. The Lady Verhelden had taken a lot of damage and was hurting quite badly. And upon getting suplexed and then lying prone and being stricken by pure fear from the previously angsty teenager that she had just kind of triple punched, and all of a sudden this gateway to another world opens up at her feet, and these tentacles begin reaching up and clawing at her, and you just see flesh being ripped from her, and the blood magic that she was using to form this blood armor just begins to almost float in the air, and the Hunger of Hadar, these tentacles begin stripping away, and the last thing you see is a Titan copper plated skeleton arm reaching up as it's drawn down into this other dimension, and the arms, the Hunger of Hadar, kind of, and then they just kind of, almost like in a breeze, as the Lady Verhelden is no more.
And Solitude would kind of chuckle and be like, "Your boyfriend liked that one too."
To quote the Christopher Walken of Another Plane, once upon a time, 2 mice fell into a bucket of cream. The first mouse gave up and died. The second mouse struggled so hard he churned that cream into butter and escaped. You, ma'am, are not that mouse.
Very nice.
We just need to deal with vibrating.
It would appear as though I have underestimated you. We are most impressed by what you have proven yourself to be. Yet, we, the Awakened, have foreseen your death at our hands. But not today.
And at that, you see all around this cavern these multitude, about a dozen or so giant stalactites that were coated with veins of Titan copper, begin to move toward the center of the cavern, where, now that the fighting has died down, you kind of notice that the very center of this cavern is kind of concave. There's a bit of a dip in the center. And as these these stalagmites begin moving toward the center, they begin drawing down into the rocky floor of the cavern. And there is a tremendous heaving of the floor of this entire cavern. And I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
I will take my advantage on that. I will take my inspiration on that.
I'll use my inspiration too.
Yeah, same here. I'm super inspired.
Yeah. No matter what, I'm using it.
Said not today.
Okay, so, and this is not the first time this has happened to me on using inspiration. I just got double sevens. So,
Oh no.
9. I got a 9.
It looks like Valos is the only one that has succeeded, as this entire cavern heaves up and then drops even lower in the center. Valos, you're able to grab hold as this thing upheaves. A big chunk of rock kind of shoots up, and you're able to grab hold of it. But you watch as your 3 companions fall prone and begin sliding toward the center of this now much more concave cavern. And from your vantage point and where you all are, you can see a massive maw of teeth in the center of this. And if you're struggling to picture this, just envision the Sarlacc pit from Return of the Jedi. And you are sliding towards the center. And all around you, undulating out of the stone, are these what were stalactites, but appear to be some form of tentacles. And let's see, who had the lowest? That would be Solitude. Solitude, you are sliding ever closer to this maw. Hades, you are slipping just above Solitude. And Satras, you are just above them. Not so much in a line, but just in proximity. Who's closest to the maw?
Did I take any damage from this fall?
No, you just fell. You didn't fall anywhere but prone. You just lost your footing, and now you're sliding down rock. And you slide ever closer, and you see this almost like beak, gargantuan mouth, and just nothing but rows of teeth kind of emerge and snap. And then the whole thing recedes, and there's a churn and a buckle, and what was the concave section just pushes up, and you are all no longer sliding. There, Solitude, you find your lower legs just dangling over an open hole that appears to continue on for a long ways down into the earth. But the ground has leveled out. It has stopped shaking. The Lady Verhelden is dead, and you caught a brief glimpse of the Awakened as it vanished and slid away back into the earth. And while you failed to capture and kill a Dracolich, and you have let this new threat, the Awakened, escape, you succeeded in your original mission of finding and destroying the vampire, the Lady Verhelden.
And we have no proof of it, because her body is now floating through space.
I can assure you, and you know this from the use of this spell, you know that she's dead.
Oh, yeah.
And you have 3 witnesses to this effect. Nobody in your chapter will doubt or will question. Your reputations precede you.
We'll bring back her coffin.
And I imagine that you, upon returning to the undead giant that is your home base, you alert Prime Jackal of this new threat in Dragon Grin deep below the surface, that you have discovered what truly lies beneath. An entity calling itself the Awakened. And that is our session.
Awesome.
Guys, everybody, that was tremendous fun. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did.
That was so cool. I thought I was gonna die like 5 times.
Totally thought I was fun. Totally thought I was
That's
I
fun.
gotta tell you, I'll kind of peel back the curtain here, and I'll give you guys some insight into some of what I did. There were a couple things. I kept looking down and seeing, oh man, I wasn't doing this, but you guys had just the right combo. You took way more damage in this session than you did in any other in any of the previous stuff. But you, particularly in this final battle against the Lady Verhelden, you kept doing the right combo of things that you were just stopping her from being able to do any of her more powerful stuff. She's an innate spellcaster. She has additional features I didn't even get a chance to put into effect. I'm glad I got to use some of these other features, the Bloody Arms and the Call the Blood. So the Lady Verhelden was, what I did was I basically reskinned Strahd von Zarovich from The Curse of Strahd, the Vampire Lord himself. I took away some of his features because she's also a Copper Jackal, so she did have some copper boons, which the Copper Teleportation was one of those. And she had, what I was attempting to do when she Misty stepped and almost killed Hades was she has a feature called Copper Marauder, which on a missed melee attack against her allows her to make an attack of opportunity. But he was too far away, so I couldn't do that. But on my sheet here, I made, just for my use in the game, I made a photocopy from my book that I have. I kind of I literally taped on sections from the Tome of Beasts from Kobold Press. There's a variant vampire called a Vampire Warlock. And you trade out Children of the Night and another feature, I can't remember which one, for Bloody Arms and Call the Blood, which the Bloody Arms is essentially the whole thing with the blood covering the body gives her a 20 AC, and that's where the additional 2d6 of poison damage from her unarmed attacks was coming from. I thought that was a really cool feature. And then Solitude, you got hit with the Call the Blood, which allows her to literally draw the blood from a wounded character to her. Now, it doesn't grant her any healing, but it does a hell of a lot of damage to you.
that was the one I've been holding off on using that rebuke because I can only use it once per turn.
That was an excellent use of it.
And I was like, yeah, if there's any time to hit this bitch, it's right now. Like, god damn, I hate that one.
So, the Awakened was a concept I came up with early on when I was trying to figure out what it was that was down below. And the first concept I had was kind of based on from a novel from the old Expanded Universe Star Wars books, that the Sarlacc pit, as it dissolved its victims over 1,000 years, it was gaining their consciousness. So I came up with the concept of this ancient creature that had been consuming souls and Copper Jackals for centuries, perhaps, or eons in the case of this, because it has been around since the beginning of time. It actually, I went through and I picked 20 copper boons that I have on a sheet here, and I treated it like a dragon's breath kind of a thing, where it had a recharge, and that's where the Copper Psyche came in. Is it, instead of doing the multiple 4 attacks, it could do this. It affects some sort of copper boon from all of the jackals that it had absorbed. And then you guys faced off against the corpse mound, which was a straight up creature out of the Tome of Beasts. You could have gone up against a bone swarm. Both of those, just for mechanics' sake and people wondering, both the Lady Verhelden and the Awakened are CR 15s, and the Bone Swarm and the Corpse Mound are CR 10 and 11, respectively. The only reason the Villanavi was inactive was because I was watching the time, and I knew we would never have time to get through a fight with one of those.
Yeah.
I still like the idea of this like derelict Villanavi kind of sitting there. So that's kind of the behind the scenes of what I had going on with that. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Who knows? Maybe Tim and James and the AbTab folks will turn the Awakened into canon. Maybe it's something that's there underneath.
That'll be cool.
But anyway, I want to thank each of you for being patient and waiting all the months for us to do a part 2. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. I would gladly game with any of you, whether running a game for you or playing in the game that you're running. You guys are a blast to play with. Does anybody else have anything they want to say?
I just want to quickly say, like, that 5 months was worth it for the wait. This was so cool. But yeah, thank you so much for running this. It's really, really, really cool.
To cap off Anastasia's very first online game, to cap off the story.
Yeah, that's right. This is my first online game.
Have you played in anything else besides these 2 Jackal parts?
I mean, I DM for my home group a little bit. But,
I mean, online.
But online, no.
Anything?
Nope,
You need to get in some more games.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely get into more games, man. You got what it takes. Play some games.
All right. Well, thank you.
I did want to peel back one other quick thing, because I want to give Scott some credit here too. It kind of popped up in the chat when this happened, but the whole thing with I think I made you guys make con saves or something when you were faced off against the or maybe perception, I think it was, when you first encountered the corpse mound. Yeah. And the original intent was I was just going to have you see if you noticed that there were some Copper Jackal bodies in there. And I think, Scott, you failed that. You were the only one that failed, and you failed it by a lot. And that was totally pulled it out of the air, coming up with the former student of yours, the mentee, if you will, and the new recruit that you trained. All of that was just completely on the fly, and you just took that and you just owned it and made that. It made that encounter for me as a DM something I just kind of grabbed and went with. Made it seem that much more visceral and emotional, and you played that really well.
It definitely gave context to the whole situation. Like, and I could have just played it off like, oh well, kill it. No, that's not what a normal person would do. You see somebody that you helped to raise up, a dead zombie now attacking you, you're gonna have some type of effect, and at least rolled for it. Let's see what happens. Nope, I'm totally baffled by this. It threw me off.
But I think beyond that, I mean, it goes for all of you. I think all of you really played your characters really to the T for what you had created, playing off of them both as living beings and as Copper Jackals. Copper Jackals are intended to be the best of the best. They're brutal, they're mercenaries in a harsh world. But I'm going to say humanized, even though not all of you were human, but you really humanized these roles and made it much more than hack and slash, and that's a big part of what made it enjoyable for me. So thank you to each one of you. I guess that's all I have to say. It's almost 2 in the morning here in the eastern side of the United States.
Yep.
Um,
And just to kind of like cover everything, I'm sure this applies for all of us, Jake, man. Like, you ran an awesome game. Like, each game was outstanding. I know we totally threw you off the first one, and you were prepared for it this time. You totally didn't want that whole setup again, that accidental fatal combo. But you knew it was coming out again anyways. But you just run awesome games, great setup, great story, great interaction, and you run with it. And dude, thanks for running it, and thanks for after 5.5 months to be like, no, dude, like this game is still happening if you want it. It's been a little while, but thanks for being patient, and here it is, and you delivered, man, like straight up.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, really.
And
Thanks so
yes,
much.
I see Luke's comment in the chat. I suplex Strahd. Pretty much. You pretty much pulled a wrestling move on Strahd von Zarovich in female form.
I don't ever want to play the Curse of Strahd now. Like I've had my fill. that bitch was absurd, man. It was just like, would you die already?
I gotta ask you guys though. Were you completely sold on the you're gonna go down and fight a Dracolich?
Yeah, until you mentioned that it was dead, I was like, no.
I'll put it to you this way, Jake. No, I wasn't. Like, I knew there was probably going to be that it's a trap moment in it, but it was like, maybe it's this repentance for what happened to her. Maybe.
I was fully prepared that you guys would not trust her and would fight her right off the bat. And that would have changed the dynamic, but it would have just gotten rid of the whole storyline, and you wouldn't have had the benefit of the rest that you got at the beginning.
Yeah.
So that could have dramatically changed everything. All that said, I had a fantastic time. I'm glad you all did. I hope people watching have thoroughly enjoyed it. I highly encourage you, if you're watching this and you still don't quite know what these Copper Jackals are. This is from the cover of the Copper Jackal book. If you don't know what the Copper Jackals are, head over to AbsoluteTabletop.com and check out their Copper Jackal supplement. They also have the Deep Vault Sphere Below, which is another Dragon Grin supplement that the Villanavi came from. And they have a book in the works, I believe. I think Absolute Tabletop's coming out with lots of great stuff, so check them out. And thank you to Anastasia, Luke, Marpause, and Scott. I hope to game with you in the future, Scott. I know next week, you and I, if you head over to the RPG Construct channel, Drake Warren is DMing a Dragon Grin campaign starting at level 1 that Scott and I will be playing in for an indeterminate period of time. And other than that, I'm gonna be running a bunch of one shots. And if you're watching this live or watching this before October 29th, 2016, head over to brigadecon.org. That's probably the next place you're gonna see me running some games and doing some live terrain demonstrations and some things like that. And a lot of great games are going to be going on for 24 hours in a gaming convention that benefits the childsplay.org charity. With that, I bid each one of you magnificent players adieu, and to you in the audience, thank you so much. You've all been great, and this has been Mitade.